tem aí, velho? O que é que tem aí? Vamos lá. Toma. Olha o tesouro templário. Enquanto isso em Paris, né? Oxe, será que eu passei? Acho que não, né? Ai, será que eu passei? Não queria ter passado não. Eu cliquei 2 vezes. Não, acho que não passei não. Foi isso aí mesmo. Deixa eu salvar logo aqui. Nossa, voltou pra mulher, cara. Nossa, velho.
There wasn't anyone.
Bem, tô aqui com a mulher e aí? O que eu tenho que fazer?
I had messages waiting to be played.
You have 3 messages.
Hey, Collard, it's me, your favorite editor. Guess what? I'm gonna give you a second chance. I need somebody to write the TV column. Pays lousy, so what's new? If you're interested, drop by the office. In fact, drop by the office anyway. We have to talk, Nico. That story of yours I spiked. It won't go away. You've made some dangerous enemies out there.
Hey, Nico, it's your old pal. I mean, your new pal, George. Whoa, Ireland. It's a whole different country. And I got some amazing news for you. Gem of a story, in fact. Oh, gotta go. Yeah, fella here's got a drink lined up for me. See you tomorrow, Nico. Slonsha. Yep, only here for a day and I'm speaking the lingo like a local.
Mademoiselle Coulard, this is Imelda Carchon. I wanted to thank you for being so understanding when... Come to lunch, why don't you? Tomorrow. I might have more news. There's a Monsieur Merlon coming to see me this evening. He says he knows why Pierre was murdered. In fact, he'll be here shortly. I shall let you know what he says.
A mulher do cara que
Goodbye,
morreu
Till
vai ser
tomorrow.
visitada por um tal de Merlin. E agora?
My God.
Ele vai matar ela também.
Merlin's the killer. I better get over there and mourn her now. When it came to being two-faced, Imelda was up there with the best. I owed her nothing, but I couldn't just let her die.
Corre, vou lá avisar ela.
I arrived to find the Palais Royal courtyard deserted. I only hoped that I'd beaten the assassin here. I had to warn Imelda before it was too late.
Ela tem um monte de coisa, ela, foto do pai dela.
No.
Tem um ferrinho, tem aquele negócio, a chave.
No.
Pincel. Até um elefante tem. Vamos lá. Corre. Corre.
Locked? No way was I going to break. The intercom system was a bad sign.
E agora? Escalar aqui, né? É louco, o bicho tem meia hora. Parece que tá passeando, né? What the hell? Run, man! Ixi!
I unhooked the first wire.
O que é que eu fiz aqui, velho? Tô desarmando a parada pra subir, ó.
I released the second wire. Even with both wires removed, the statue remained upright.
Dá um chutão na estátua aqui pra ela cair. Toma.
If I could deconstruct this, I could deconstruct anything.
Foi bem assim que o assassino entrou, né? Porque aqui foi o começo do jogo, né? Que foi aqui.
I'd need more than my hands to tear it.
Eu preciso mais do que minhas mãos para rasgar isso. E se eu usar um elefante?
No.
Não. Uma pinça? Não. Isso aqui? Não. Ah. Tá. Já era, então.
Now I... Now I'd got this.
Vixe, tem que entrar de algum jeito, ó. Como? Ah, o negocinho. Amassado, ó. Isso tudo pra poder abrir um plástico? Pelo amor de Deus. Né, o cabo com o plástico aqui é só arrancar, velho. Tem essa não. Tô de volta aqui, né? Na casa da mulher. Caraca, velho, vai. De certeza ela tá morta.
My God, I'm
My
too
God.
late.
Imelda, minha filha.
Imelda. Oh no.
Ih, ela morreu. Ah, não.
Nico? Don't worry, you're going to be alright. You know that isn't true. It was Merlin, wasn't it? Dressed as a cavalier. Absurd. You came to warn me, didn't you? I must be crazy. Let me see you, Nico. All this time you were just using me. Which one is the real Imelda? You are an extraordinary girl. Thierry would have been so proud of you. You didn't know my father. So like him. Something about the eyes. I wish we'd had time to get to know each other.
Ela vai morrer, velho.
She was gone.
Ela conhecia o pai dela.
She cheated me, lied to me,
Sim.
used me.
Não, isso é bom,
But
só
why?
que ela não sabia. Agora morreu, vamos ver o que,
Even
que tem
in
aqui,
death,
né?
Imelda looked the same. Beautiful, inscrutable. The Ice Queen alone in her ice palace.
Morreu, vamos pegar as coisas dela aqui, né? Roubar.
I opened it.
É uma pequena chave de ouro aqui, ó. Deve ser pra abrir a porta aqui, ó.
I had to leave.
E
I knew I could never return.
Ixi, eu não vou entrar aqui não. Sabe que ia entrar no negocinho secreto ali. Cadê o assassino, velho? E essa chave, velho? Muitas perguntas.
It was the key from Imelda's locket. It was the... My first teddy. Never had a boyfriend as loyal as him. Undisturbed.
Ela nunca teve um namorado tão leal contra o primeiro ursinho dela. Como assim? Eu acho que tem que esperar até outro dia pra depois ir lá na casa dela, né? Não, sei lá.
In the dim light, I caught the reflection of something metallic. A small, sinister-looking metal disc had been tucked under my father's box. It was a bug. Oh, chère cousine. You left me a little present. You shouldn't have.
Que é isso que ela deixou aí? É um negócio de metal que tava aí? Como assim? Um disco de metal? What the hell?
You don't scare me. Espesta...
What the fuck? Que foi isso aí, velho? Sabe? Não foi nada, vou mentir, mas tudo bem.
The
Olha
box
só.
was carved by my father. It never had a key. The elephant on the lid was a perfect match to
Ela nunca teve a
Cauchon's.
chave. Por que ela não quebrou, né, pra abrir? Bem. Eis a chave, né?
I took out the key. I couldn't believe it. Imelda's key opened my father's box. I
Ixi.
dreaded what I was going to find inside.
Caraca, na foto também tinha ela, ó. Na foto que eu tenho os pedaços. Inteira,
It was
viu?
a photograph of Imelda. But why here? In my father's box? I felt as if a black hole had swallowed me up. Imelda and Cauchon grinning. While behind them a village was being razed to the ground. Its people butchered. And there, next to them, staring out at me across the years, my own father.
My own
There was a
father.
letter. I feared there was even worse to come.
Agora tem uma carta aqui. Espero que não seja aquele negócio de decifrar de novo. É não.
Hotel St. George, Algiers, Friday. My darling Thierry, by the time you read this, you'll be safely out of Africa. You need not fear. Pierre and the organization do not know who you're really working for. Or about us. Did you think I would betray you?
Vixe, parece que era
They
amante do
wanted me
cara,
to
ó.
leave him, but I don't have your
Otário.
courage. I know too much of what has been going on here. They would find me and they would kill us both. Enjoy your life in Paris, Thierry. Your life of honor, of patriotic duty. Do they give medals to spies? No. They'll just give you a funny job in an embassy somewhere. I could never share that with you. Imagine me, a diplomat's wife. So I must stay here with Pierre, the two of us bound together by what we have done to this country. Au revoir, my love. You will be in my heart until I die. Imelda, suddenly everything made sense. My father had been working undercover for the government. He was one of the good guys after all.
O pai dela parecia que era um espião do governo, velho. Doideira, viu? E tinha um caso com a Imelda.
He and Imelda must have fallen in love. She'd found out who he really was, so he had to leave. It had broken her heart, but she had never revealed it to anyone. I knew I couldn't either. Whatever he was doing, he'd had good reason to keep it secret. I decided I would respect that and tell nobody.
Mas o que é que ele tava espionando, né? Aí ela não sabe. Eu acho, não sei. Que viagem. Na manhã seguinte, a mulher dormiu na cadeira.
I
Exato.
knew it was George. For a moment I was tempted to pretend that I was out, or ask him to go away and come back later. But then... Come in.
Hello, George.
O Jorge chegou. George, rei da floresta.
So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did it snow?
Hardly. He was dead. Then Leary woke me in the middle of the night to help bail out the cellar.
The cellar was flooded?
Yeah, some idiot had left the faucet running.
And you say Pigram has disappeared?
Without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
Agora é só pegar o tripé, viu? Depois que eu der o cristal pra ela.
Pigram's gem?
The Templars gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is.
A joia dos
for
Templares, ó.
disappointment.
Doideira.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man.
Oh, okay, the Pharaoh, man. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night. Have a good rest. See you tomorrow. I'll be playing now until I beat it for the days. Yeah. Thank you again for everything, man. Vamos ver agora.
Look, Nico, a handful of plaster.
Monte de plástico, olha só.
Why is it that men never really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little boys.
You never know when useless junk might come in handy.
Tária.
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Então, no manuscrito, né? Vai
There's a
olhar.
guy with between them is a gem supported by
Isso eu já sei disso aqui já.
the night through.
What are your...
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man. I can't sit here all day.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobineau at the... And why don't you see if Rousseau has heard any...
Okay. Shopping, a trip to the...
Just take care of yourself.
Agora eu tenho que ver se eu acho o tal do Lobineau lá no museu de novo, né?
I so much wanted to talk to George about everything that had happened, but I knew I never could. My father's connection to Africa would have to remain a secret forever. His bravery would be known only to the government and to me. Revealing it would just damage his memory. People would take the story and twist it. Before long, he would be the villain and Canchon would be the hero. I know how they do that. I'm a journalist.
Bem. Dá até pra voltar pra Irlanda. Estaria. Bem, vamos lá pro museu, né? Ver se o brother tá aqui. Eu acho que não, hein?
Pardon me. Oui, monsieur? Does this white powder mean? No, it doesn't. Can you give me any further? That? Do you know any? Not me. It is the. And they ask me. Whereas.
É a história que ele contou da outra vez. E cadê o cara, velho? Tá
Do
aqui
you know
não?
anything? No. The sign. It does. Yeah, most. You don't know. No. It was. It. Why don't you? Do you see? You're. I found this gem. That means nothing to me, monsieur. How did you manage to get? I had a military man. What's the deep? Don't you?
Tá.
Thanks.
Eu acho que eu tenho que pegar aqui o bicho, né? O tripé.
No, miss. Okay.
Mas como? Eu tenho que mais esse item novo, né? Pode ser que sirva pra alguma coisa. Não, não mesmo. Tá, joia aqui. Nada. Caramba, velho. Será que não dá pra fazer nada aqui? Só ficar aqui dentro do sarcófago.
This is ridiculous. I could be here for hours.
Era pra derrubar e quebrar tudo aqui, vamos pegar esse negócio aqui logo. Mas tudo bem, né não? Não pode mais mexer aqui. Então morreu aqui, não é aqui não. O café. Será que o café foi consertado? Não foi nada? Não mesmo. O Jerry e... Vamos da polícia aqui. O cara não tá mais aqui não, o policial, ó.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
I'd like.
Yes, monsieur.
I
See.
outside.
Já foi
Could you
também.
One. There.
Bon.
Cadê o jovem?
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Ixi, o Marquês tá hospitalizado.
Which hospital was Marquet?
The Hagenmeyer.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre?
Yeah, but.
I don't know.
See you later.
Vamos ao hospital, que o cara tá no hospital, esse cara aí. Hospital. E o que é que tem aqui pra checar? Tem aqui a ambulância. Esse joguinho é bem conhecido, cara. Broken Sword.
I felt a little guilty as I tried the door. Like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked.
Time Gates Night Chase da Infogram 1995. Não conheço. Mas esse nome não é estranho. Vixe, o doutorzão aqui, ó. Falar com ele aqui. Conta que tá tudo em inglês, mas de boa. Eu vou falando aqui o que é que tá acontecendo.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
É na França, né, que eles estão. Paris.
I'm looking for a guy named Jacques Marquet.
In which department does he work?
He doesn't. He's a patient.
I see. You do realize there are strict policies.
Tradução simultânea não dá certo não, velho. Negado não entende nada. Tem que ser só explicando mesmo. Esse Marquês aí, eu acho que ele é tipo um bandido, velho. Que eu tô tentando lembrar o que foi que ele fez aqui que eu esqueci, ó. Esse cara aqui, ó, do cabelo branco.
This is important. I have to talk to Marquet urgently.
We make no exceptions to the rules.
It's a matter of life and death.
Eu já tentei fazer tradução simultânea, cara. Não dá. Não dá assim, né? Não é viável, tá ligado? Fica uma bizarrice.
That's why we
É mais as piadas, que não tem nada a ver. As piadas só quem entende é quem sabe mesmo, porque...
I think I ought to warn you that Marquet is not what he seems.
Explain yourself.
He's in league with a bunch of guys who want to take over the world.
Acho que é porque eles estão no hospital, mas não é assim não. Mas fica mesmo com a cara de estúdio, assim. Esse game. Esse game é antigo, né? Bem, eu tô só perguntando aqui sobre o Marquet e o cara...
Could you tell me who Marquet's employers are?
Só enrolando esse médico aqui. Beleza, eu vou frescar com esse médico aqui e mandar ele apertar minha mão. Ninguém quer apertar minha mão nesse game.
May I have the honor of shaking you by the hand?
You may not. I don't encourage physical contact between my staff.
Mas ninguém quer apertar a
Thanks
mão,
for
né?
your help.
Deixa eu perguntar aqui a recepcionista. Não, é a minha mão. Ah, tá lavada, né? E o pessoal pergunta, já perguntaram. Sei lá, sua mão tá lavada? O cara, tipo assim, né? Tá e tal. O cara, não quero e tal. E aí, Old Geek, cara. Eu acho que o seu senso de humor ele tá acima do normal, viu, Old Geek?
Excuse me.
É humor de senso.
Yes, sir.
Se lavou ou não quero, acho que ele fala isso, velho.
That's correct.
Tem um cara no começo que fala isso aí.
I was in a garden center.
Oh,
Oh, see.
the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Jacques Marquet.
Oh, yes. Are you related to our client, sir?
Você é relacionado ao Marquês? Sim, né? Tem que falar que eu sou, né? Sou o pai dele.
Yeah, I'm his long lost brother.
A brother half his age with a different name and an American accent.
Yeah, people always say that. I blame Mom. We were separated at an early age. After a mix-up in the nursery at the Oakland shopping mall.
I've never
Tava
heard
certo, né?
anything
O cara não
so
tinha o que fazer,
ridiculous
tinha que pegar.
in all my life.
I guess not.
Parece que esse cara aqui, esse Marquês, ele é o chefe desses dois capangas aqui que estão atrás da joia. Eles estavam atrás da joia não, do pergaminho, né? Então pode ser que ele tenha alguma coisa relacionada com o assassino, né?
Has Marquet had a visit from a pair of gangsters?
I should hope not. Can you describe them?
A thin guy who looks like a weasel and his friend, the gorilla.
Sounds as if they escaped from the zoo.
Perguntar sobre o palhaço.
Has Marquet been visited by a man in a clown costume?
Oh, no.
You haven't seen a man in disguise?
Well, there's Theodore the bear. He comes every
Ah,
Thursday to entertain
parece
the
que tem
children.
cara vestido de
Personally,
urso.
I think he scares them half to death in that crummy old bear.
Zoo é zoológico.
If I was stuck on my back with tubes in every
É porque ele falou que... Ele perguntou se dois caras tinham visitado esse Marquês aí, né? Um que parecia uma fuinha e outro que parecia um gorila. Ah, azul e Cico, entendi, por causa do palhaço, né? Não, na verdade é porque o assassino desse game, ele é fantasiado, entendeu? Ele fica fantasiado quando ele vai fazer o assassinato. Então, ele começou com aqueles caras que faz, como é que chama assim? Mímica não, né? Mímica? Um mímico e depois o palhaço. E depois ele apareceu como uma fada. Como assim uma fada, né, velho? Aí ela falou que tem um cara aí que vem de urso, né? Visitar a negada no hospital. Será que não é o assassino, hein?
So, do I get to see Marquet before the funeral?
That attitude will get you nowhere. My instructions were quite clear. No one gets to see Marquet. So unless you can prove you're a relative or a close acquaintance, you're wasting your time here.
Então eu tenho que provar que eu sou um cara que, né? Sou próximo ao Marquês pra poder entrar. Eles não vão deixar eu entrar sem eu saber que... Exatamente, o Geek. É um Dachau, o rato Dachau.
Look at this ID
Rato
pass.
esticado.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
Mostrei o... Olha só.
Yes.
Eu mostrei a identidade do
You were
Merlin,
shouting your name
que é
when
o
they brought
assassino.
him in here. Now, let me see.
E ela falou que o
He was
Marquês
on
tava me
board
esperando.
B12, as I
Ah,
recall.
velho.
Oh,
Já é.
he's being transferred to... oh dear. He's on ward J2. That's... Nurse Grendel's ward.
Ué, ele disse que foi transferido para uma sala, uma ala que tem a enfermeira tal. Nurse Grendel, enfermeira Grendel. O que tem a enfermeira Grendel?
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock alarm call, 6:10 bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
E aí, vou poder visitar o cara não,
If
ué?
Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2.
Beleza.
Good luck.
Vamos lá atrás do cara.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
É pra cá ou pra cá? Vixe, agora eu me esqueci.
As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow.
Tem um cara limpando o chão aqui, eu vou falar com ele aqui.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Oh, hiya.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
That's what I thought you said. Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
Como assim?
It's a deal.
O cara disse que assoviar, se ele assoviasse, ele dava um mu nele. Sorry.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the corridors?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
Rapaz, eu me gasguei aqui no começo da live, viu? Foi foda.
He is.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had Mr. Shiny for 3 years, and he's never let me down once.
O cara disse que essa máquina, o nome dela é Mr. Brilhosinho, é um amigo dele.
How come you got so attached
Assim,
to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah.
Mr. Shine. Mr. Shine.
It's just that...
Senhor
You
Brilho.
think it's odd, don't you? I
Senhor
don't
Brilhoso.
mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind me back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull-through.
Bem, e agora vamos perguntar sobre o
Do you know where I'd
Marquet.
find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
Bem, só
See you later.
perca de tempo nesse
Yeah.
cara aqui. Deixa eu ir embora aqui. Andar por aqui, ver se eu acho a sala do Marquês. Olha a enfermeira aqui, ó.
Oui, monsieur.
Is this ward J2?
It is, but you're not supposed to be here. We have strict rules about visiting hours.
Só tem velho mesmo.
Can't you make an exception? I've come all the way from California.
You must speak to the doctor.
I can't wait that long. What if he snuffs it?
You
The
can't
shine.
talk like that here. This is a hospital. You will have to leave.
Caraca, velho. Não dá pra entrar porque a mulher só vai no horário certo. Tem que dar um jeito de entrar aqui, né?
The connector in the socket supplied electricity to the polishing machine.
Ah, parece que isso aqui, ó. Aqui é o...
The connector...
que tá ligado à máquina do cara, né? Vamos ver o que eu vou fazer aqui pra entrar naquela sala, viu? Vou tapar um cabo correr com essa máquina até o talo.
Hey now, you can't go in there.
How come?
I'm responsible for the contents of that cupboard.
Não pode entrar ali não. Tá certo. Deixa eu desligar aqui. O fio é o fio que tá ligando a máquina aqui. Talvez eu tenha que desligar, né, pra poder... Por que ele não só faz puxar, né? Olha. Ixi, deu
As I
certo.
tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
O que foi que eu botei lá, velho?
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
Mr. Shine, o que aconteceu? Agora eu vou entrar na sala, ó. Ele vai ligar lá e eu vou entrar. Fala que tem viagem com desconto, é? Só se for aqui dentro mesmo. Vai, entra, entra. Ah, não posso me mexer, velho. Já era. Ah, vou me fantasiar de doutor, cara. Será? Ele vai sair correndo, viu? Mas será que isso aqui é o suficiente, velho, pra eu entrar lá? Vamos ver, né?
Good afternoon, doctor. The patients are ready for your
A mulher não me
inspection.
reconheceu, não, velho.
Thank you, nurse.
You'll need this, doctor.
Como assim?
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks.
Could you take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
Why is Marquet in quarantine?
If you wish to know more, you'll have to speak to Herr Hagenmeier. All I know is that Marquet's room is strictly out of bounds.
Ela me deu um negócio, isso aqui, ó. Que porra é essa aqui, velho?
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Thank you,
Bem.
nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Ela pediu pra molhar o cara número 3 aqui. Será que é esse cara aqui?
What is it? You haven't taken my blood pressure.
Quer tirar a pressão do cara, velho. Nossa. Ah, é pra isso que serve o negocinho. Tirar a pressão. É um medidor de pressão.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this.
Gretchen.
I'll come back later.
E agora? Deixa eu ir logo. Deixa esse velho morrer. Eu quero saber do cara, velho.
What now?
You didn't finish taking my blood pressure.
Nossa, tem que tirar a pressão do cara, sério mesmo.
Okay, let's try again.
Sorry.
You don't have the first idea what you're doing, do you?
I'll come back when you've recovered your manners.
Deixa eu ver, acho que tem que tirar a pressão desse cara aqui, viu?
Hmm.
Deixa eu dar um choque nele.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
You better believe it. Maybe not.
O cara não quer acreditar que eu sou doutor, velho? Como assim?
No.
E aí, JP? Beleza? Se você for o JP, né?
Does this jam mean anything to you?
No, Doc.
Só nos põe de clique, hein?
What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient.
O enrolado aí, viu, Dom?
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
Enrolada.
I've no complaints.
JP.
What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he? That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job.
Ai, dá vontade de jogar Nibiru de novo, viu, JP?
Place like this.
Nibiru é bom demais.
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't
O
even
dia dos
say
dutos,
what's
10
wrong
conto.
with me. Tell me, doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've been here for 3 months.
Cara, o que é que eu faço com esse cara aqui, velho?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer. Do you know what this is?
It looks like plaster.
Have you any idea what this is?
No, Doctor. I wouldn't even like to guess.
Zoas. Que é pro Pride, velho.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really
Tudo em paz, cara. Tirando o meu meu engasgado que eu dei aqui no começo da live.
Do you know what this tool is used for?
I'd rather not, Doctor.
Cara, eu vou tentar tirar a pressão dele de novo.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Eu?
Have you heard of a guy
Como assim,
called
velho?
Merlin?
No, Doctor.
Do you recognize this?
Doesn't that?
No.
He's a clown, you know. You
Opa.
wouldn't think so to look at him now, would you?
Bem, vamos tentar passar agora de novo, né? Ver se esse velho vai me deixar em paz. O quê? Estou aqui, velho. Pronto pra ajudar.
You haven't finished taking my...
Caraca, o cara não deixa, velho. Não, essa história já tá quase feita, velho.
Quiet? You're disturbing the other patient.
I'll keep quiet.
I have to see Jacques Marquet.
How come he gets pressed? It's because he's...
I'll come back when you've dealt with that chip on your shoulder.
O que eu faço com esse cara, velho? Falta só uma parte, velho, da história. Um pequeno pedaço.
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur?
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good.
A parte do inglês, que é um negócio que acontece no meio. E quando acaba não tá fechado ainda. É, falta só essas partes aí. Mais simples. Parte mais simples aí, né?
Would you like to shake hands with me?
Well...
No, it's okay. Forget it. What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, doctor.
Velho,
Thank
o
you,
que eu tenho que fazer aqui?
Au revoir.
Um cara chamando aqui. Não dá pra passar porque o velho não deixa. Vou sair aqui, velho. Tem alguma coisa pra fazer. Ixi, é o cara aqui, ó, doutor. Vou falar com esse doutor aqui, ó. Opa. Pra cá não, filho.
Hi.
Yes,
Oh, it...
Quer falar com você não, minha filha? Fala com esse cabo aqui, ó.
Hi. My name's George Stobart.
Yes, sir? Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to have this cute habit when I was a kid.
Keep it to yourself, Benoit.
O que fazemos? Perguntar sobre o dispositivo de estar a pressão, né?
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something.
Ué, eu dei pro cara o negócio, ó.
Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the...
Do you know the nurse on Ward J?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty.
Cara, primeira vez que o cara tá no hospital, primeiro dia.
Of course. Didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Shut up, Benoit.
Okay, sir.
Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
Pronto, cara, tá vendo? Não pode apertar a mão porque tem dermatite. Como assim o cara tem dermatite?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Tá, já...
See you later.
Right.
Eu dei um negócio pro cara e aí? Vamos ver se eu volto lá sem o negócio.
Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur?
Thank you, nurse.
Oh.
Hi, it's me again. I'll come back.
Tá, eu não tenho um negócio de medir pressão e... Será que eu consigo passar? Só que não.
Will you keep quiet? I have to see Jean.
É, nada feito, cara. Nada feito. Cara, só perturbando o juiz aqui do médico, ué. Vai que eu entro na ambulância, hein?
Stop!
Opa! Beleza, Dom. Ah, sim. Viajei, que pensei que era tudo falando.
Where do you think you're
E aí, Dessa? Boa tarde, seja bem-vinda.
immediately?
Eu estou aqui
Excuse me,
tentando.
sir.
Aha! Just the man. You must be the new boy.
Sim, eu vi as aspas, é porque eu viajei aqui.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bunny, come here, boy.
Opa, acho que tem um negócio aqui,
This
hein?
is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Claro que eu vou olhar por ele. Vou olhar
He's fresh
ele.
out of medical school.
Eu tô aqui tentando falar com o tal do Marquês. É, tô nos Templários aqui.
I'll bet. Show him around.
Filme Roku.
Let him see some
Que Roku é esse, meu?
suffering.
Eu sou o Roku, né? Daquele desenhozinho, né? Que passava na Nickelodeon. Aí o cara ficou com o meu medidor de pressão e sumiu. Ah, ele tá me seguindo, ó. Mandar ele medir o cara lá. Ah, aí sim. Ele tá me seguindo, será? Tá, ó. Tá aí, ó. Agora vai.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Manda o cara medir lá.
Will you keep quiet?
I'll keep.
Hey, Benoit.
Yes, sir?
Eu passei da moça, tô aqui agora, eu vou mandar ele medir o
Do you
negócio
still have
aqui.
that gauge I gave you?
A pressão do cara que ele não tava deixando eu passar.
Do with it.
Meça aí a pressão desse jovem aí, pelo amor de Deus.
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
Vou ver desse médico aqui, primeiro dia dele, ó. Não sabe de nada. Pelo menos ele sabe medir pressão, né? Rapaz, o personagem não sabe medir pressão, cara. Posso passar agora? Finalmente. Ó. Nossa, agora tem um guarda, velho. Pra entrar na sala do cara. Ó. Muito bom, hein? Super complexo. Só botar no braço, apertar e ver o batimento.
I'm Dr. Stobart.
Bonjour, docteur.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, doc. Right behind this here door.
Marquet is just the man I wanted to see.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you. He has anthrax.
O cara tem antrax. Que porra é antrax, velho? É uma doença?
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine. I have to check he's still breathing.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of
Mó
godlike
2001.
aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks.
Eu não vou poder entrar,
Have
não.
you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No, this was a tatty old bear.
How was the bear acting suspiciously?
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the
Ah,
law?
antrax é a banda, né?
No, but it's pretty weird for a bear.
Catch you later, off.
Au revoir.
Ah, agora eu vou entrar. Vou falar com o Marquês. Oxi! Caraca, meu. O Marquês tá quebrado, viu? Caralho, brother.
Marquet?
Yes. I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
Marquês tá só o saco, ó.
What are you waiting for? Get it over with.
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lamar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassins.
Ixi.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the...
Eu tenho que levar a gema para o grande master.
That I found the tripod right here in Paris.
You have it?
Not yet, but it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know
Ah, ele contratou aqueles dois capangas lá pra pegar o tripé. Nossa, o cara tá mal, viu, velho? Quem tá de boaça aqui, tá dormindo.
They have geese in Syria?
Melhor que nós.
As a theory about the location of the...
Tem uma teoria sobre a localização do quê? Do tesouro, será?
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. If Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that...
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Bem, já falei com o Marquet.
There you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter.
Nossa, é o impostor, o assassino, velho. Vai matar ele, certeza.
The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
Vai matar o cara, velho. Já matou já. Ixi, o cara deu um tirão na porta. Já era. Matou a porta, né? Matou a porta, cara. Ô, Van.
Hello, George.
Voltei pra Nico aqui. Minha filha, é o seguinte. Morreu o cara. Vamos falar do cara aqui.
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Nossa, sente demais.
Killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying
Que tipo de cara vai se fantasiar de um médico, né, e tomar vantagem de um cara morrendo? Eu.
He got away out the window. Have you ever heard of the Hashi-Ashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves.
Bem, eu tenho um negócio de medir pressão. Será que eu posso medir a pressão dela?
Maybe not.
Não, melhor não. Bem, acho que é isso aí, né? Vamos lá pro museu agora pegar o tripé, que o tripé tá no museu, cara. Ele não se tocou ainda.
I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rosso or Sergeant Moo? Oh, but you're referring to André.
I'll let you work it out.
Tirar pressão. Vamos lá pro museu, ver se o cara tá lá, né? Tem um cara aí que ele vai decifrar o enigma aqui da parada, mas só que toda vez que eu vou no museu ele não tá. Opa, tem um cara novo aqui.
I beg your pardon. Are you André Lobino?
É o Lobino esse aí.
That's me. You want my
Finalmente,
autograph?
No. I was told you may be
Ele
able
tá
to
top
help
perto
me.
do sotaque da Morena.
My name is
Da
George
Monera?
Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
Meu querido, é o seguinte. Você vai ter que desvendar isso aqui, ó. Vamos falar logo do castelo aqui.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything
Montfaucon.
to
Quem é
you?
Montfaucon?
Sure. It was the most grisly spectacle.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands.
Ah, Monera, né?
Temple of Death,
Entendi.
with row upon row of arches, each one
Monera.
framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
I found a...
Zoado aí, ô Lobino. Quero saber do... Mostrar logo pra ele aqui, né, velho?
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy
Templo
of the
Negro?
text?
Da morte?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
Ele diz que significa que aqueles dois caras lá são dois cavaleiros templários, né? Melhor, são os cavaleiros templários. Mas... Deixa eu perguntar pra ele sobre o tripé.
I think you ought to know that the tripod is going to be stolen.
The Lochman tripod? No.
It's true. I can give you a description of the thieves.
Before the supposed event has taken place?
I heard them planning the raid.
They're wasting their time. The tripod is protected by a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Eu já falei que vai ser roubado.
Why don't you loan the tripod to me for safekeeping?
Because I'd never see it again.
Well, don't you trust me?
It's not a question of trust, George. That tripod is hundreds of years old and extremely fragile.
I get your point.
O cara, por que tu não me dá pra ele não ser roubado? Muito inteligentinho, né?
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
Por que tu não me dá o tripé?
Sure can, Georgie. Soldiers, diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez.
Ixi, doideira, viu?
How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them...
Valeu pelo host, Old Geek, é nóis.
Said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
Beleza, Dom. Obrigado aí pela presença aí. Fica à vontade. Vou tentar aqui continuar aqui nos Templários até eu desvendar o mistério, né?
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families. They were required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The Poor Knights of Christ.
Poor Knights of Christ. Os pobres cavaleiros de Cristo. Ele tá falando aí. Ia ser massa se fosse português isso aqui, viu? Bem, eu acho que não vou ficar perguntando pra ele sobre os Templários, não. Mas vou perguntar sobre o cara lá da... que descavou lá.
I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
Perguntar do Assassin's Creed. Deixa eu ter que jogar Assassin's Creed no canal, viu? Muito massa, ó.
Yeah, not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. This friend who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Ah, I know it well. I'll drop by. Just as soon as I can.
Is it true the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Oh, if it does,
eu acho que esse mapa, né, vai levar ao tesouro dos Templários. Né? É isso que a gente tá tentando achar. Eu acho. Tentando achar não, tentando, né, desvendar.
There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
Falar aqui sobre o assassino e o resto depois eu saio daqui.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes, it was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes, they gave a new word to our language, Assassini, the assassins.
How did the assassins get their name?
From the legends surrounding the secrets of their
Parece que esse Assassins era um grupo de muslims, né? Aquele cara que matou ele lá era um deles.
He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most...
Cool. Do you have the address?
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
Perguntar mais sobre os Hashashin.
How did the assassins operate?
Assassin's Creed.
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin. But there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
Beleza, falei com o cara aqui.
You're welcome.
Eu vou voltar lá pro apartamento da Nico pra ver se, né? Ele vai voltar pra lá também, porque ele disse que é pra lá. Na verdade, eu acho que eu vou ter que vir pra cá, ó, Montfaucon. Parece que tem um negócio aqui, cara. Não tô sabendo o que é. Esse tal de Montfaucon aqui. Falar com esse cara aqui.
Excuse me, officer. Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic?
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most dangerous is side of road. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the so. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman.
An excellent.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
O cara chega do nada com todo mundo, né? O que você sabe sobre os Templares?
Excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens with the...
Boy.
No.
Fala nada com esse cara aqui não. Deixar esse cara aqui quieto por enquanto. Vou dar uma andada aqui.
In French, English, and German it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the Templars and excommunicated its members on charges of heresy. In the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at the stake on an island in the Seine.
Estranho, parece que o grande mestre aí, o Grey Master, aquele cara falou pra me levar pro Grand Master. Como assim, velho? Levar a gema pro Grand Master. Será que é o Grand Master dos Templares? Será que os Templares existem ainda? Como assim?
I couldn't open it with...
Pô, vou abrir aqui esse esgoto aqui, ó.
Hey you! Leave that...
Opa!
Sorry, you...
Cara, não deixa eu abrir. Bem, vamos subir aqui por enquanto. Ver o que tem aqui dentro, né? Parece que isso aqui é tipo um negócio templário, sabia? Algum monumento templário, né? Sim, eu vi já isso aí. O pessoal disse que é só H, né? Só conspiração. Isso aqui parece ser um templo templário, né? Uma igreja templária, sei lá. Monumentos templários que existem, né? Na França deve ter um bocado. Monumentos não, É, monumentos eu
The
acho que chama.
scroll was a symbol of scholarship. I knew that much. A scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very Spanish bell. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack. A stone knight lay in full stone armor. Blank eyes. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard. A stone knight lay... I wondered if this... In comparison to its... I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. Somehow it looked more...
Parece uma igreja, né? Tem um altar aqui. E tem essa estátua do Templar que ele disse que tem uma roda. Será que dá pra pegar? Talvez dê, viu? Usar algum item aqui.
Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff. But I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church. Other than deported.
Talvez eu tenha que tirar isso aqui sem aquele guarda ver, sabe? Talvez eu tenha que pegar isso aqui e sair fora pelo esgoto, né? Agora eu tenho que ver se eu consigo despistar aquele cara lá. Aqui é uma entrada, será que a outra vai dar no mesmo canto? É a mesma coisa. Tenho que despistar o cara agora.
Hello again.
Hello.
O que eu faço com ele? Aperta minha mão.
Would you like to shake? I stopped myself barely in time. Electrocuting a cop would not have been smart. They'd rebuild the Bastille just so they could throw me in and throw away the key.
É, se eu apertar a mão dele, ele é policial, né? Não é muito bom, não. Ele achou melhor parar.
Do you know what this is?
Aha! You're American. I read Hollywood Wives.
If you tried to sniff this stuff, you'd wall up your nostrils. It's plaster of Paris.
It is. For one awful moment, I thought I might actually have to arrest. Alors, the paperwork. You have no idea.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh.
I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Do you know what this is?
It's a sewer key.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The pattern looks Middle Eastern.
Take a look at this.
Ah, an electrician.
Vou conversar com esse velho aqui pra poder ele sair daqui, pra poder eu pegar aquele negócio lá da estátua, né, e descer aqui pelo esgoto, talvez. Eu acho que o plano é esse, né, a ideia, né. Vamos lá. Ver o que faltam 4 opções aqui, falar com o velho. Vamos aqui pro nariz de palhaço.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No. I am just having a little joke.
Nossa, que velho louco, velho.
What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Delightful. Would you like to see some of my used tissues?
Hell no.
Then, please.
Look at this gem. What do you think?
Cut glass.
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go around waving a priceless gem under people's noses?
So either it's glass or I'm mad? I didn't like to think about that for too long.
Eu vi o negócio da pressão. Pode ser que o negócio da pressão, né?
What do you think of this?
A blood pressure sleeve.
Ixi, tem o que fazer aqui não. Será que não dá pra pegar esse suco dele aqui não? Botar aqui um veneno. Acho que não, né? Deixa eu voltar lá na estátua.
I didn't have time to...
Oxe, que estranho, cara. Tem esses bancos aqui, mas... Tipo assim, pra quê, né? Esses bancos aqui.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it.
Aqui na ponta da...
I could see that what had at first seemed to be a fine engraved chasing on the scroll was actually writing. Per disciplinum meum lux videbus. Sounds pretty familiar to me.
Parece que esse scroll que ele tá segurando tem as mesmas palavras lá do scroll que eu tava, ó. Do scroll não, do pergaminho, né? Estranho. E aí? E aí? Dá pra quebrar não, velho? Arrancar um pedaço. Deixa eu pensar que ele ia usar. Muito estranho, viu? Eu quero saber o que eu vim fazer aqui, velho. Monfacion. Rapaz, eu tô achando que isso aqui vai ser depois, viu? Essa parte aqui. Pode ser que o tesouro esteja aqui, alguma coisa assim, sei lá, tipo, né? Alguma câmera secreta aqui depois eu venho abrir. Eu saí daqui. Ué, e preso. Corre, menino. Deixa eu voltar lá no apartamento da Nico pra ver se acontece alguma coisa.
Hello, George. Oh, by the way, I had a visit from
O
Andre
Lobinot foi lá.
Oh yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. Besides,
He was pumped.
Então, o cara veio
Do
aqui.
you want to look after the gem?
no, George. I'd be too...
Mas e aí? Ele veio aqui, falou com ela. O cara que ia ver o manuscrito pegou, falou com ela e aí? Correu. E no museu, será que ele voltou? Ver se ele fala alguma coisa.
Hi, Andre. Hello, Georgie. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
E aí, o manuscrito?
What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, oui, pilgrims in their thousands on their way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever since Joshua made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Ele falou que o pergaminho é só um... Como é que chama? Como se fosse coisa para os turistas, né? Ele falou turistas, mas Na verdade, são o pessoal que vai fazer aquela caminhada pra Jerusalém. Estranho.
Have you deciphered any images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ at one time. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of the De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
No, they're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They're probably long dead.
Basicamente, ou seja, resumindo, não mudou nada. Não mudou nada. Vê se eu consigo derrubar esse... É peregrinação, exatamente. Que eu me esqueci da palavra, mas eles chamam de pilgrimage. É peregrinação.
No, monsieur. Ok.
Ai, será que se eu abrir a janelinha aqui dá certo, hein? Agora? Tá não. Caraca, e agora, velho? Ei, é isso aí, viu, JP? Nimiro é bom demais. E quando a gente começa a jogar esses como é que chama? Esses punch and click, você se lembra, tá ligado? Pois é. Fala que esses games, quando você joga e finaliza, você já tipo, meio que sabe de tudo, né? Então já é. Tem aquela descoberta. Eu tô assim, ó, daqui nesse jogo aqui, do nada eu... Caraca! Será que é assim, tá ligado? Tipo, descobrindo, né? É, mas é valendo, né, pô? O Nimiro é legal.
It is closing time, Monsieur.
Vixe, deu certo, ó. Caraca. Vou roubar, velho. Ou roubar ou impedir os caras de roubar.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Monsieur.
Entrei lá no coisa. Ah, eles ajudavam na peregrinação também, né? Tinha me esquecido, verdade, viu, desse? Legal. Olha os caras aí, ó. E eu aqui, ó. Olha os capangas aí que vão roubar o tripé. Ixi, o que é que eu faço aqui? Vou tacar uma porrada neles aqui, velho. Ixi, aí sim, viu? Ah, o negócio.
What the... Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Nossa. Que foi isso, velho? Que merda. Pensava que ia derrubar os caras, o bicho caiu na minha cabeça e eu caí.
When I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor George.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean...
Ah, velho, foi ela, brother.
Tripod?
Ah, mulher ninja.
Hell, Nico. I could have
Mulher
been
ninja,
shot.
velho.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. But how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod.
Caraca, e agora? É só botar a gema, né, velho?
Is there something going on between you and Labano?
What business is it of yours? We agreed all this. The clown, the Templars, strictly business, remember?
Yeah, but...
So get off my case.
Mulher deu fora no cara.
Let's take another...
Ah, velho, vamos olhar de novo no manuscrito. Olha aqui, ó. Tá aqui, ó.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod.
Pronto, velho. Tá aí, é só botar. Tem uma gema, tem um tripé. Ah, não sabe não.
Just how long have you known Labano?
André? We met at college. He helped me out when I was a freshman. Showed me...
You never told me that before. I thought he was just,
So he is. I really... You know, he...
Tá. A gema, filho, a gema.
I'd better get back to the...
Ué, e agora? Eu vou pra onde? Ah, peguei o tripé, agora sim. Agora eu posso ir pra igreja lá. Pra igreja do Monte Fóssil. Ixi, eita, aqui o cara. Certeza é o assassino. Caraca, e agora?
Excuse me, officer. What do you know about medieval ironmongery? Have a look at this little baby.
A tripod. What is...
You mean...
No.
I'll see you around.
We must...
I had no desire to talk.
Beleza, não vou falar com a população. Tem um palhaço maldito.
Hey, you with the balls.
Oui?
Certeza é o nariz de palhaço, vou mostrar pra ele.
Look, a red nose.
Oh, you say, whoop-de-doo.
It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands.
Não seria certo apertar a mão do cara se o cara vive usando as mãos dele, né, pra
How
viver.
did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
É, certeza não é assassino.
You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No!
A jungler? What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contragravitic aeroballetic mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crowned heads of Europe and the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the
Wait, are thank...
Passar esse cara aqui, que esse cara aqui é só falar besteira, certeza.
That juggler.
Oh, but
I'll give it a...
be my guest.
Ixi, agora eu vou tentar usar as bolas.
I had no idea. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be? A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult.
Será que eu consigo abrir aqui, velho, de algum
Still,
jeito, hein?
it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not.
Tentar abrir isso aqui, né, velho? Cara, no meio do povo aqui, ó, querendo abrir.
Yes.
Hi again.
Oui?
What do you know?
Le Templiers? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques Dumoulin, on an island in the Seine.
Wow.
No, monsieur.
What do you think of this?
It is a...
Catch you.
Au revoir.
Beleza, o que eu faço aqui, velho? Deixa eu entrar lá. Bem, eu sei que... Oxe, tem um padre agora, ó. Ah, velho. E agora?
Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Not at all, monsieur. It will be my pleasure to help you.
Xi, o cara é meio assim, munheco.
Do you speak Latin?
You ask this of a priest?
Okay. Can you tell me what per disciplinum meam lux videbus means?
Let me see. That would be, by my teachings, you will see the light. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is your interest. Many of them were executed in the square outside. It was a disgrace.
Well, the Pope was right behind it, though.
Clement V was a man of mammon, not of God.
That's kind of forthright for a priest, isn't it?
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks more modern than the middle one.
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church, early 14th century.
Oh, man, that's awful.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still, the church and the other windows survived.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. This is a calling. I have been helping Father Flambert for nearly 6 months.
I guess you don't...
Just a little.
You've got quite a...
Tá, deixa o padre pra lá. Vamos tentar pegar aqui o negócio, né? Deixa eu juntar aqui o tripé com a gema.
Maybe not.
Acho que não dá não.
It was a simple but elegant tripod made...
Será que dá pra usar aqui o tripé? Não. Ainda não. Shit. Não. Padre inútil. Não serviu pra nada. E aí, marmota? Beleza? Boa noite. Vou falar com o padre de novo aqui pra ver se ele reage a algum item.
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour.
Is the right...
Oui, monsieur.
I've got a medieval tripod.
Monsieur, you are a walking treasure house.
How about this for a gem?
It is very beautiful. I feel that there is an air of...
Tá dormindo aí, ô JP? Beleza, fica à vontade aí,
What do you
relaxa.
think of this?
A precious sleeve and valve? What should I think?
Valeu,
Never
JP,
mind.
obrigado pela presença aí, é nóis. Amanhã tamo aí. Só no jogo da vida, marmota.
I have here...
Oui.
I thought about using the shake and but I could... There's grease paint.
Oui.
I've got...
Oui.
Have you seen this man?
No.
I was...
My sister...
Esse cara aqui é inútil.
Congratulations.
Serviu de nada. Estranho, cara. O que eu tenho que fazer aqui?
I did...
Agora eu tô empacado aqui, viu? Sem saber. Não dá pra pegar nada aqui. É um palhaço, né?
Hi again.
Oui,
I've got...
and my uncle. Incroyable.
I think so.
Some people.
Oh, that's... Although, now that I think about it, both of the people who had this before me disappeared in mysterious circumstances. And the guy who was supposed to get this was shot and then murdered in his hospital bed. Do you want it?
No, thank you.
Does this...
You work in a lab.
No, try...
You steal.
No. Well, not as a habit. Does this matchbook mean...
You smoke.
No, I don't.
In that case,
This gadget is a sewer key.
I do not want...
Oh, I'm not selling it, I just wanted your...
It is hardly my...
Does this grease paint...
It looks like one of mine, or at least...
Or a cloud?
Me naturally more.
Hardly a breakthrough.
Ah, esse cara aqui ele não é um palhaço, ele é só mesmo malabarista. Nossa, o cara é só malabarista, ele não é palhaço. Loucura, hein?
Look, a red nose.
Ah!
A clown.
No.
For a moment, an idea, but fell down the pot. Have you seen...
No.
Does this...
Wait.
Forget it. Forget that... Catch you later.
Beleza, então aqui já foi, palhaço serve pra nada também. Deixa eu falar com o Wyano aqui que tinha umas opções novas aí.
Hello again.
Hello again,
Se ele mudar
monsieur.
alguma coisa aqui.
What do you know?
And
Boy,
no, monsieur.
does this red nose mean anything? Do I look...
No, I...
What do you mean?
Oh.
He ha... So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be... But if I juggle...
You look like a pet.
Shouldn't you be off?
You have...
Yeah.
I...
Mesma coisa que ele falou da outra vez, cara. Ou seja, nada.
I'll see you around.
Caraca, agora eu tô... sem saber, viu?
I didn't have time to...
Pensar aqui. Tem um negócio dele falou ali do vitral, que é... O vitral foi mudado, né? Que ele foi quebrado aí na última guerra, sei lá, na última revolução. Mas, só besteira.
I didn't recognize the biblical story. Somehow...
Aí tem a estátua aqui, deixa ele vir falar com a estátua. Ver se ele fala a mesma coisa, né?
On the end of the staff was some around the base. Well, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting other than... On the end of the staff was... On the end of the staff... On the end of the staff... On the... On the...
Nossa, velho, que... Tô sem saber aqui, ó. O que fazer? Ele palhaço não serve pra nada. Eu posso abrir aqui que o cara tá olhando. Tem a população aqui inútil também. População toda num canto só. Sai daqui, não tem nada aqui não. Eu acho. Opa! Eu posso sair e viajar, ó, aqui pra Espanha. Vila de Vasconcelos. Ele falou que essa família Vasconcelos é a família templária que era dona, ou que tava lá no manuscrito, né? Tinha uma coisa a ver com o manuscrito. Vamos lá. Nice. Europa é bom demais, o cara vai pra todos os países, né? É pra cá mesmo. Foi tão rápido que não deu nem pra ver. Acho que aquilo dali devia ter alguma coisa a ver com o manuscrito. O símbolo, né? Caraguana aqui, ó.
I'm no student of architecture, but the little building looked old. I wondered if it was some sort of summer house.
Foi na Espanha, brother. Show de bola. Vê se ele muda o sotaque. Ixi, o cara passou pela água.
Is this the de Vasconcelos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the de Vasconcelos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the countess and myself.
Apenas a condessa e eu.
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcelos.
Condessa de Vasconcelos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to her about.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
Ela ganhou na loteria? Ganhou.
Yeah. That's it. The Countess has won the lottery, and I'm here to give her the check.
Marvelous. May I see it?
No. I mean, no, I have to deliver it to her in person.
The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
Oh, for crying out loud. Why'd you lead me on, then?
To amuse myself. To make you look a fool. To make you go away.
O cara só me trollou, velho.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor. Except...
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why?
Pois é, por que o cara não tá deixando eu falar com a condessa? Vou dar um choque nele.
Would you like to shake hands?
I do not think so, senor.
Nope.
Do you know what this is?
See, I have a similar tool for opening culverts on the estate.
Have you got any use for a fistful of plaster?
No.
What do you think of this tripod?
I think nothing.
See this gem? Men have died for it.
Do I look as if I care?
What do you make of this?
So that's it. You're a salesman.
If I was hawking medical supplies, I can think... This lab pass mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
I don't.
Look at this tissue.
It's a tissue.
Yes, that's right. I don't suppose...
Ah!
El who?
El Flojo.
Oh.
He is as funny as...
Vê se ele reconhece o cara.
This man?
No.
Não. Beleza. Só enrolação.
Adiós.
Então, será que eu tenho que entrar aqui e falar com a condessa? Eu tô tomando banho aqui, ó. Ver se eu consigo entrar aqui, né? Vamos ver se ele pausa aqui.
The main part of the house was old.
É, o cara não tá parando, né? Será que eu tenho que estourar essa mangueira, hein? Certeza, ó.
Hey, you.
Yeah?
You would not like it.
Well,
Then show I...
okay.
Pode entrar não, né? Mas eu vou papocar essa mangueira dele aqui com a... Vou usar um negócio de pressão pra estourar. Quer apostar?
I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left.
Nossa, é isso mesmo, velho. Caraca, sou um gênio. Ficou
My
puto.
hose has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my hose never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my hose has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
Bicho, o cara vai soltar os cachorros em mim se entrar na casa. E agora? Tem que entrar, né? Falar com a condessa. Toma.
The armor was about my size. I had a mental vision of putting it on and clanking off to see the Countess, with the gardener hanging hopelessly on the outside trying to stop me. Apart from
que ele não fica embaixo da escada, né?
And unworkable. It was a great plan.
Nossa. Vou entrar aqui pra ver. Eita, os cachorros! Só sai, só sai.
There was no...
Eita, ele me viu.
Hey, you.
Who, me?
Come here.
Vixe.
I know this doesn't look good, but I...
Look, senor. All I want is a quiet life. A life without mad, house-breaking foreigners in it. Understand?
Look, I just wanted to... use the bathroom.
Leave now, please.
Okay, I'm going.
Ué, era pra ter ficado na estátua, velho. Será que tem alguma coisa pra fazer aqui? Vou pensar aqui. Eu não posso andar pra cá, senão ele vai me ver. Aqui tem uns cachorros, velho. É estátua também.
The armor was about... I had a mental... with the guard... apart...
Mas ele não fica, né? Estranho. E agora? E agora? E agora? Taca a porrada nesse velho, velho. É a mínima ideia. E esse camelo aqui? Engraçado. Vamos ver se há alguma coisa aqui. Não, aqui não tem nada pra mexer. A mangueira, talvez. Botar a mangueira dentro da casa.
The main part...
Nada na mangueira. Caraca, mistério, viu? Tá tudo aqui. Calma, 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 calma. Opa, quase. Vai ter o que fazer não aqui, ó.
Hey, you.
Ah, o cara me viu. eu ver se eu entrar e for direto para as escadas. Será que dá?
Hey, you and...
Oh? I know this just...
Look, senor. Understand.
Look, okay, I'm go...
Ok, I'm going. O cara só enchendo o saco querendo entrar. Não dá pra subir, velho. Tem um cara aqui, né?
There was no way.
Caraca, que mistério, velho. Dá pra escalar aqui, não? Opa! E aí, Hugueira? Obrigado aí pela raid. Sejam todos bem-vindos aí. Opa, tem um caminho pra cá, ó. Nice. Boa noite, galera do Game com o Hardcore Club. Seja muito bem-vindo aí. Amigos do Hardcore Club. Eu acho que estão na propaganda. Eu acho. E aí, Hugueira, tá por aí? Beleza, obrigado pela raid, Hugo, é nóis. Seja muito bem-vindo aí. Obrigadão aí pelo apoio, é nóis. Tô aqui tentando desvendar o mistério do point and click aqui. Mistério dos Templars. Tentando entrar numa casa aqui de uma senhora. E aí, Hugo, tava jogando Tenchu? Eu vi tu jogando ontem, cara, tava assistindo. Tenchu é um jogão, hein?
Rats.
Terminou? Finalizou? Massa.
Down below the estate,
Eu não sabia que tinha PS2 não, eu conheci o Tenchu no PS1.
Beautiful sight, and looked a lot like the scene from the manuscript.
Ah, ele falou que essa cena aqui parece a cena do manuscrito lá do... Rapaz, aqui deve ter algum tesouro, sabia? Tem um símbolo templário aqui, ó. Será que não dá pra abrir, não?
Rat. From a distance, I thought it might be a summer house.
Cara, esses point to click, cara, tem hora que o cara fica meio preso, viu? Tô meio preso aqui. E esse cara não corre, velho, fica andando igual um coitado. Se eu sair aqui, eu vou me embora, né? Ah, não dá pra sair, ó. Tem que resolver alguma coisa aqui, cara. Eu tô na casa de uma família chamada Família Vasconcelos. Na Espanha. E parece que eles têm uma ligação com os Templários, né? Esse game aqui eu tô desvendando um mistério aí dos Templários. Só que eu não consigo subir as escadas, porque o cara não deixa, velho. É foda. Beleza, Hugueira, obrigado aí pela raid aí. É nóis, cara. Muito obrigado. Fica à vontade aí. Eu posso ficar escondido aqui, mas o cara não quer ficar.
I had a mental vision of putting it on and clanking off to see the Countess. Apart from being...
Não posso ficar escondido na estátua, não posso ir pra cá. Meu Deus, o que tem que fazer, velho?
It was the shape.
Ali atrás tem uns cachorros. Mistério, hein?
The nose, it was a...
Aqui da mangueira já foi, não tem o que fazer aqui. Caraca, cruel.
Maybe not.
É, eu tô tentando entrar, mas ele não quer entrar. O problema é esse.
I could see time for a cat. I could see the gardener trying to figure out what was time for a cat-footed stealth. There was no... I could see the
Nossa,
time.
entrei aqui, ó. No buraco aqui. E agora? Ficar aqui esperando ele sair. Será que vai adiantar? Acho que não, ele me vê. Tem como não. Daqui a pouco ele sai. Eu acho, né? Sai nada?
I love...
Meu Deus, o que, que tem que fazer, velho?
Hey, you.
Nossa.
I know you are there, American. All right, you dogs.
Ixi.
I'm coming.
Ah, velho, eu fui nos cachorros e entrei na armadura, ó. Deu certo, ó. Caraca, era só isso. Ah, ele me descobriu por causa dos cachorros. Entendi. Simbora, simbora. Vai acontecer, é muito doido, ó.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please, sit down.
Ah, acho que ela vai me contar alguma coisa, hein? Ah, não, eu vou conversar com ela aqui.
I know your family is involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for the Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, whatever happened, happened all... So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think.
Coisas que são do século XIV, né? Que ele tá perguntando, que tem na casa, pra poder pesquisar.
Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set
O tabuleiro de xadrez, como assim? Tem 600 anos de idade.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original,
Parece que tá faltando uma
it was
peça.
lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any
Mas
idea
foi...
where it is.
The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
Só que essa peça foi refeita com coisa moderna. Parece que perdeu.
May I examine the chess?
Certainly. But do not
Vamos olhar.
move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks.
Ixi, vou olhar aqui o tabuleiro, né?
Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a...
Ixi, o cara chegou.
Why, I feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me.
Ele falou que a base dos As peças de xadrez são diferentes, tipo como se fosse talvez umas peças, né, de encaixe.
Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum.
O mausoléu dos Templários, ela falou. O último das redondezas aí. Ela vai me mostrar aí alguma coisa.
Senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing.
Vamos ver o que a gente vai achar aí, né? Mausoléu dos Templários.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as
Século
the
XIII.
final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Agora eu posso olhar aqui. Esses daqui são os descendentes, não, os antepassados templários dela.
The
Massa.
mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar, man-size in marble.
Tem 5 tumbas para 5 templários. Isso aqui. É tipo um pauzinho que se... A janela tá aberta aqui, olha.
I couldn't climb up there with... Now what? Feeling like an idiot, I put...
É isso aqui.
On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey! It's
Tem
a
padrão aqui.
checkerboard.
Padrão de xadrez.
Close up, I could see over a checkerboard. A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place.
Certeza tem alguma coisa a ver com aquela bicha lá pra botar pra cá. O xadrez, o tabuleiro de xadrez. Botar aqui pra abrir esse local, alguma coisa assim, sabia?
I couldn't climb up there. High up in the dome, I guess they might open them to make... It was a rod with a cone. I guessed it was for snuffing out...
Vai lá com a Milady aqui.
May I ask you something?
You may ask.
O tabuleiro de xadrez, minha filha.
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern. Purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart. You cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it?
É, tem que botar as peças aqui, minha senhora. Traga lá o
I
xadrez.
think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time we failed to realize that there was a puzzle?
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hose down and listen! Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes, the old chess set! Now hurry!
Traga lá o xadrez, meu filho.
This is
A Condessa Raimundo de coração de jeito.
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
Who exactly are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men.
5 ancestors in the order.
Not 5.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost to us.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter.
Well, it's connected with the curse of the Vasconcelos, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I hope you will all...
Okay.
Parece que tem um sexto membro dos ancestrais dela aqui, mas ele se perdeu. Parece que tem alguma coisa a ver com a maldição. Parece que tem alguma coisa a ver com a maldição da família dela, mas ela não quis falar sobre isso.
Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your... The Templars were dedicated.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the Don Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos, is he the guy who went missing?
See, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. The bishop envied that Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don...
They took the kids?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world. He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode. He was...
Chegou o cara.
Lopez, you have the pieces.
Sim, my lady.
Eu espero que esse Lopes aí não seja troll, viu? Não seja um espião aí, sei lá.
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady.
Não seja um assassin.
My
Assassin's
lady
Creed.
seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
Olha o puzzle, hein?
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
Pronto, agora tem um puzzlezinho aqui. Temos que colocar as peças nos buracos. Que lindo, né? Ixi, que parada é essa aqui, velho? Ah, tem que encaixar. Que loucura é essa aqui, brother? Que isso? E aí? Eu tenho que colocar eles nas peças, né? Só que eu não consigo mexer, velho. Ah, tá aqui, tá aqui, tá aqui. Entendi. Ah, agora sim. Tá. Confuso, hein? Opa. Isso aqui é muito louco, viu, velho? Essa aqui tá fácil, é porque tu não viu o outro. O outro era de, tipo, de você adivinhar umas letras. Caraca, é difícil, ó. O outro foi foda.
With the red pieces in place, the square bases fit onto the
Tem
white
mais, ó.
piece. I just had to figure out where to place them.
Ixi. E agora? Tá, esse daqui não tem como. Ué. Que louco, brother. Ah, é porque é tipo um jogo, né? Então... Tá, vamos dizer que seja um checkmate, né? Oi. Se é um checkmate, o cavalo tá aqui. E o bispo? Tá aqui. Não, aqui. E a rainha? Aqui. Ou aqui. Ou aqui. Easy. Ixi. Cadê? Ixi. Ah, é só no meio, né? Nossa. Viajei, ó.
Bingo. I mean, checkmate.
É, checkmate. Mas aquele também era checkmate, velho. Eu acho, né? Não sei. Toma. Ó,
Senor Stobart, look.
a mulher vai morrer do coração, velho.
It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
Mentira.
No, Senor Stobart.
Caraca, velho.
It is the communion
Pensava que era o...
missing for almost 700 years.
Caraca, pensava que era o Holy Grail, velho. Como é que pode?
I can hardly believe.
Holy Grail em português.
Ah, go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure. The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
Ele falou que a possibilidade de ter uma armadilha de mortal. Ele só lembrou disso depois, né? Tipo, quem pegou primeiro foi a véia.
But there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templars' secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess entrusted me with the chalice and the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will. Let's take another...
Vamos olhar o manuscrito de novo. Então, o que é que rolou aí? Eu achei um cálice dos Vasconcelos, achei o tripé e o... Achei o tripé e o coisa. Parece que talvez seja cada um uma coisa, né? Deixa eu ver isso aqui.
There's a guy working on a loom.
O cara trabalhando aqui com um negócio nada a ver.
A knight with a crystal ball. The knight scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be in...
E aqui o cara com uma bola. E tem a mesma frase daquele cara lá na igreja, né? Daquele templário lá na igreja.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
E tem uma mulher que tá olhando pro espelho. O que é que tem a ver isso aqui? Nada a ver. Olha o cálice.
This is the chalice
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it to... She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and...
Are you serious? She's a... Hey, Nico, shake hands with me.
No chance.
This is the tool I...
Yes.
I showed you the...
Yes.
Do you want this photograph?
No, you keep it.
Did I show?
Huh?
Beleza, né? Simbora. E agora, velho? Peguei o cara e sei pra quê. Dá pra ir pro Brasil, não? Fortaleza, Ceará. Bem, já fui no... tem um monte facinho pra voltar. O café lá que foi explodido. A casa da mulher, a estação de polícia e o museu, né? Eu não vou voltar no museu, véio. Não tem nada no museu. Só tem esse canto aqui pra ir, um facinho aqui. Vamos ver de novo aqui, né?
Excuse me. Do I? What do you mean?
Que é a mesma coisa que ele tá falando. Deixa eu mostrar o cálice.
What does this? What? I'll see. Hey.
Oui?
Does this chalice mean
It is very badly designed.
you're not? Cat.
Mostrar pro cálice pro padre, né? Pra ver se ele dá uma... botar um vinhozinho pra nós aí.
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour.
What do you make of this chalice?
It certainly...
About as old. Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know. It is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be very careful.
Ele disse que tem uma escritura no cálice e perguntou se podia polir. É, né? Pode ser, né?
That'd be very good of you.
Ele disse que ia tomar cuidado.
Feel free to look around.
E bem, será que ele vai roubar, hein?
Okay, thanks.
Se ele roubar, eu não vou ficar aqui parado, velho. Eu mato esse velho.
On the end of the staff was some kind of disc around a scroll, a scholarly. Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be other than. The priest was still busy with the chalice, so I wondered if this guy had died.
Eu já olhei a igreja toda aqui, e aí? Isso tudo pra polir um cálice?
A knight there in the company of biblical references engraved. My God.
Será que um dos cavaleiros que tá aqui é o que tá perdido da mulher lá, hein? Ixi, esse é doideira, viu?
The priest would. The priest. A statue of. The statue had a.
Demora, velho, pro cara polícia aqui. Vou sentar aqui.
I didn't have a row of old pews. I thought of all the people who must have sat, all those Parisian firm buttock. That wasn't a. Whoa!
Whoa, o quê?
The priest would. I thought of all those firm, the flabby flesh of the old men. That was.
Ah, tá me tapeando, né?
Whoa!
Esse uou aqui que ele tá falando. Vou embora. O cara ficou com o meu cálice, velho. Ah.
I had noticed. Hi.
Oui?
What?
What? No. You.
No.
Huh? Allow it.
Okay.
Ah, eu vou tentar agora com coisa. Com nariz de palhaço. Daria. Serve de nada. Deixa os caras gostaram.
The juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls and left in a fury.
Oh, deu certo, ó. Peguei uma bola dele.
Hey, You forgot one of your balls.
Caraca, quem é que ia adivinhar que era isso, né?
Better
Que sorte.
still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
Opa, saiu, é agora. Vou abrir aqui e botar a negada pra pular aqui dentro. Ixi, caraca. Que viagem, né? Tipo esses esgotos de Paris, ó.
If I wanted to get deeper into these catacombs, I was going to have to get onto that path. If the near edge hadn't crumbled away, I could have jumped it easily.
O que é que eu tô fazendo aqui, brother? E o padre pulinho na parada lá. Parece que tem uma corda aqui.
The hook lay in a bed of
Que é isso, velho?
The wall had flaked, and anything... The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words I understood, maybe.
Que é isso, velho? Onde é que eu tô? Olha aqui o cara aqui, ó. Tem uma caveira aqui, velho. Assim, brother.
I pushed against the door, but it's...
Tá fechado. Deixa eu usar o negócio aqui.
It was the bright red ball I...
Ah, velho, será que se eu pegar essa bolinha e trocar pela bola lá do... Lá da igreja, hein? Ixi, ia ser muita sorte, viu?
I didn't have time to sit around. The priest was...
Cara, ele tá pulinho, velho. Como é que pode? Vai bolar essa bola aqui na cabeça dele. Ah, pensei que ia trocar aqui essa parada aqui da estátua com uma bolinha.
The priest was still busy with the chalice. The priest was...
Como assim o cara ainda tá mexendo no cálice? Como assim, cara? Como assim?
The priest was... On the end of the...
Muito estranho, viu?
In French, in 1312, and in the fall of their Grand Master Jacques de Mo... I had no...
Desce de novo aqui.
The hook lay in a bed of chain. The inscription was hard to read. A weird little boat lay... Either that, on the boat, was a winch. The inscription was...
Rapaz, provavelmente vou ter que colocar isso aqui encaixado ali Talvez na porta.
The door was a hand.
Puxar, né? Como é que eu navego com esse barco aqui? Seria uma boa, viu? Mas o infeliz do pé quer parar.
The hook lay in a bed of chain.
Ui. Era pra pegar isso aqui, botar naquela porta e arrombar logo tudo.
Rats. It's locked.
É não? Como é que eu faço pra abrir isso aqui? Parece o esgoto daqui de Fortaleza. De catacumbas. Aí se fosse.
The hook.
E aí, Risgueira, boa noite. Seja bem-vindo aí. Beleza? Tô aqui tentando desvendar os mistérios desse game aqui.
The inscription was undeciphered. I wonder.
Cara, eu tô esperando o Lorde aparecer pra gente jogar o Conan. Ele terminou de baixar já, ele falou ontem. Disse que ia aparecer hoje, mas talvez seja hoje que a gente comece a jogar, hein. Tô me coçando pra jogar, velho. Tá esperando o Lordão aparecer. Cara, esse jogo aqui tá quebrando minha cabeça, velho. É sobre os Templars, tá ligado? Doideira, viu? Bonzão. Eu tô preso aqui, cara. Eu entreguei aqui o cálice pra esse padre aqui, covarde. Ele tá limpando esse cálice faz meia hora, velho. Não me entrega. É tipo Foot Choro, exatamente. Eu tenho Foot Choro, cara. Ganhei, vou jogar ele. Tá na minha lista aí, o The Pharaoh me deu e botou, e pediu aí pra eu jogar. Tá na lista de games aí. Monkey Island também. Finalizei o 3 aqui no canal já. Vou finalizar o primeiro e o segundo, depois o quarto. Rapaz, o bicho tá meia hora aqui. Não, vou limpar aqui a taça, mas... fudeu. Eu peguei essa bola aqui também, né? De... bolinha de sei lá de quê. Fazer malabar. E agora eu tô preso aqui, velho. Acho que eu vou voltar lá no museu, cara, que eu roubei um negócio lá pra ver o que é que tá acontecendo lá. Pra ver a putaria. Eu tô desvendando devagarzinho aqui, viu? Já consegui altas coisas aqui já. Pra viajar não dá. Já fui por 2 cantos aqui já. Então eu vou ficar na França. Deixa eu ir pro museu aqui pra ver. Ver qual vai ser a do museu. Aí o cara, se eu mostrar pra eles...
Pardon me, oui, monsieur? Do you know any... Not me, it is the unit.
Mostrar pra ele aqui que eu peguei o tripé. Isso é putaria, viu? Mas ele não mostra nem a pau. Esse tripé tava aqui, ó.
It is vaguely... I should think it is.
Nossa, o cara não reconheceu.
But this is obviously a...
Right. Thanks.
Falar com o cara aqui.
Hi, André.
Não, eu entendo direitinho aqui. Mas não é questão mesmo de inglês, é questão de conseguir aqui a parada.
The glass case was intact.
Saber mesmo onde é que tem que ir. Pensar aqui, cara. Deixa eu vir aqui no café. Só pra ver se tem alguma coisa. Nada. Não, faz tempo já. É porque eu mudei o jeito que eu tô jogando os games, cara. Tava demorando muito eu jogar diariamente. Então eu vou jogar, tipo assim, todo dia um game seguindo, né? Até finalizar. Eu tava jogando por dia, tá ligado? Tipo assim, quinta-feira o jogo tal, sexta o jogo tal. Mas demorava muito pra zerar, velho.
No
não.
way.
Aqui eu já falei com a mulher, então não tem nada aqui não.
I better get back.
Beleza. Melhor, velho, melhor, porque aí você joga, fica focado, não Não perde o foco, tá ligado? Da parada, vai até terminar. Aí é show. Olha a Notre Dame aqui, ó. Cara, deve ser lá na igreja. Deve ter alguma noia aqui nessa igreja aqui. Deve ser aqui. O padre foi covarde. Vou tentar usar aqui as coisas nesse negócio aqui. Eu espero que o segundo tenha em português. São 3 jogos esse daqui. Esse aqui é o primeiro, né? Fala sobre os Templars. É massa, viu? A historinha aí. Tá sendo legal. Não dá pra fazer nada aqui não, hein? Nada. Vamos ver aqui na porta. A porta tá com a caveira aqui, muito louca, ó.
The door was a handsome.
Eu tenho certeza que eu tenho que pegar essa corrente, botar lá e tentar quebrar, tá ligado? A porta. Mas não dá pra fazer isso. Caraca, velho. Deixa eu ir lá no padre de novo. Talvez o padre só vai me dar o cálice depois que eu fizer alguma coisa. Improvável.
I didn't. The priest was still busy with the chalice.
Tá foda, tá foda.
On the end of the around.
Aqui também não dá pra fazer nada. Mas tem um negócio dessa estátua aqui. Ele disse que aqui na ponta da estátua tem uma parada que ele quer pegar. Só que ele não pode pegar porque senão, né? Vai ser expulso aí por roubo. Mas só tem isso daí, velho. Também tem um banco aqui.
All those firm buttock, the flabby flesh. That was. Whoa!
Ixi, agora eu fiquei sem saber, viu? A população tá aqui assistindo, não sei quem. Vou pra polícia. Só tem lá pra ir. Acho que não tem nada aqui não, viu? Se tiver eu vou ficar muito puto, viu, cara? Nada a ver essa polícia aqui.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes.
I'd like to.
Yes, monsieur.
I'm the victim. Out.
Eu já falei isso com ele já.
Look what I found, Sergeant.
It is a ball.
You're half right, but this is no toy.
Don't tell me.
The juggler? Who's he?
The most cunning circus performer turned. He mesmerizes his audience with an unarguably talented but mind-numbing display, while his accomplice goes through the crowd and empties their pockets. I thought we'd seen the last of it.
Nossa, pensava que era alguma coisa, mas ele falou só que o cara, o malabarista tava de volta, que o Vanta.
Does this match
your?
Did I?
Yes, Miss.
Esse aqui já foi.
Did I show you?
Yes.
Eu vou mostrar tudo aqui só para não perder a viagem.
Don't. I told you. Would you not while I'm on?
See you later, sir.
Tem nada aqui, nada. Nada. Não é aqui, beleza. O museu também não é. A casa da mulher também não é. Tem o café. Monfacion ali, a igreja. Fora do país também não é. Eu vim aqui pro café dar uma rodada. Aqui também tem um esgoto, né, no café. Será que é... Tem alguma coisa a ver? Agora que eu vi que ele desconectou aqui o bendito do meu mod aqui. De volta ao esgoto. Agora foi, ó. Tenta de novo. Uptime.
I decided I'd had a...
Meu Deus, o que eu tô fazendo aqui? Deixa eu ver se foi agora. É. Tava offline o bot.
Hi there. Huh? Who? I'm, so I take... Oh.
Caraca, velho, tô sem saber, ó. Na moral. Fala com o doidão aqui.
Hi, Andre. Hello. What is this ball?
It's a juggler.
What do you make of...
It's the biggest. Where did...
From Professor...
Pigram is in Ireland.
He was.
Did Pigram find this?
Yeah, the site where this was... Do you think it could be...
No, I sure... You're not one of those crazies who think the Templars...
Well... Do you know Pigram well?
Not really. I would have liked to talk...
When was this?
Oh, back in...
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Does this...
Alamut.
Where is it?
Somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on... The most recent map I have shows America as an English...
What do you mean?
Ah, ele falou que esse papelzinho aqui é de um canto aí, onde era a peça. Será que eu tenho que ir pra lá? Não sei.
I'd like to shake...
Not now.
What?
Nothing.
Take a...
It really does...
Does the guy in this photograph...
No.
Do you...
No.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
Vamos ver se ele vai. Acho difícil, né? Mas esse papelzinho não serviu pra nada até agora, então é uma possibilidade. Não. Eu acho que é por aqui, mas nada não. Cara, irá pra Pérsia, velho. Como assim? Prince of Persia. Caraca, e agora? Possível, né, cara? É o padre, ó. Tá aí, brother. O que eu tenho que fazer com esse padre pra ele parar de pulir isso aí?
The priest... It was the bright...
Deve ser alguma besteira, sabe, que eu tô deixando passar? Certeza. Alguma besteirinhazinha.
A knight, there in the company of his fellow... I didn't...
Não dá pra rebolar essa pedra aqui pra quebrar, não? Rebolar aqui essa bola pra quebrar esse vitral aqui pro padre acordar. Nada que essa bolinha faz, nada. Se não é aqui, só pode ser lá embaixo no esgoto lá. Eu acho mais difícil lá, porque lá não tem nada pra fazer.
There were 3 arches, each with an inscription. The inscription was hard to read, but I made... The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it, the wall seemed in very... The inscription was undecipherable. I wonder... There were three...
É, não, tava... Eu tô travando, mas pouco. Daqui a pouco eu descubro aqui. Até que tá rápido esse game, na verdade.
I understood seemed to say maybe.
Deixa eu salvar aqui. Tô em 64%, 8 horas. Doideira. Aqui tem alguma coisa, cara. Ó. Ele roda isso aqui, aí cai a corrente, né? Isso aqui certeza é pra enganchar em algum canto, véio. Quebrar essa parada pra entrar, sei lá. Só que ele não pega.
The hook. I pushed. The door was rats. The door.
A porta tá fechada, tô sabendo. Vou usar tudo aqui nessa porta só pra tirar a dúvida, né? Nada.
The hook lay in a bed of chain. A weird little boat lay tied up. I guess either that or the Phantom of the Opera was. On the boat was a winching machine.
Tentando botar aqui alguma coisa no tripé, mais nada. No tripé não, na corrente, quer dizer.
The matchbook bore a pattern.
Caraca, velho. Travadão, ó. Nice.
Hello, George.
Let's take another look.
Look there, two guys.
The night scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. A knight with a crystal ball. The night scroll bears a phrase in Latin.
Tô viajando aqui, mas será que essa bola que ele tá segurando, que ele disse que é uma bola de cristal, poderia ser essa bolinha que eu tô com ela agora, hein? Pra colocar em algum canto? Certeza. Certeza. Bora.
I'd better get back.
Mas aonde, né? Talvez em algum desses templários aqui, sei lá. Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu tentei, mas não deu certo. Pra poder mudar, né? Porque naquela parte da onde tem o cara segurando a bola, tem o manuscrito. Ou tem uma frase. E essa frase tá aqui também. Deixa eu botar aqui pra ver. Acho que não muda, não. Era pra botar, né? Não, olha só. Estranho. Eu jurava que ele ia botar. Que padre covarde, velho. Limpando esse negócio aí meia hora. E pra ajudar o cara. Não é também.
It was a simple... It was a... The priest was still... The priest...
Nossa, velho. Vou deixar alguma coisa passar, só não sei o que é. E eu acho que é aqui, velho. Não tem outro canto, não. Caraca. Preso total, viu? Travei total aqui. Mas vai dar certo.
The scroll was a symbol of a scholarly knight. That rang a bell. A very... I didn't recognize... I didn't recognize the bill. The priest was still busy with the chalice, so I did. A stone knight. I wondered if this guy had died in
Tem alguma coisa dessa igreja. Mas o quê? Por quê?
I didn't recognize the biblical... A stone knight lay carrying all... A statue of a knight holding a staff. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well.
Cal. Esse cal acho que ele só funciona com água, né? Mas... Vamos ver aqui. Nada. Nada. Nada, acho que é nem cal. Esse aqui deve ser tipo um pó de gesso. É tipo cal mesmo.
It was a handful of plaster left in the castle by people. It was a simple but elegant tripod made of metal, with traces of colored enamel.
Deixa eu ver aquele outro lá atrás. Se não dá pra usar nele.
A knight. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to... my guess. I didn't...
Padre covarde, velho. Esse negado aqui parado parece um zumbi, né? Não faz nada.
The walls, I wonder...
Dá o cal aqui nas paredes. Não? É, tem que... É o jeito de usar tudo em tudo aqui pra ver. É o jeito.
If I wanted to get deeper into these catacombs, I was going to have to get onto that path. If the near edge hadn't crumbled away, I could have jumped it easily. It was time for some...
Opa! Ah, velho, era só ter quebrado, olha só. Covarde, viu? Ele disse que a parede estava mole, quebrou.
I'd poked a hole in an historical site.
Bem na hora, viu? Abri aqui um buraco.
There was some sort of mechanism hidden
Várzea,
inside
viu?
the wall, with a lever in the middle of it.
Tem um mecanismo aqui,
Here
ó.
goes.
Vamos lá.
The secret door had jammed. I couldn't get through that gap.
Mas eu não consigo passar porque é muito pequeno, muito estreito.
I'd pull the.
Tá, e agora? Vou quebrar o resto aqui? Quebra tudo aqui, velho.
Nothing hollow there.
Esse aqui não deu, não. Vem aqui o próximo.
That sounded pretty solid.
Ah, é só isso daqui que é oco, o resto não é oco, velho. Ele bateu, mas não quebrou. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo usar agora a corrente. Pra arrancar a porta. Agora deve dar. Ah, agora dá, eu peguei, ó. Nice, viu? Toma. Sabia que era assim que ia usar. Quebrando alguma coisa aí. Nossa, o que é isso aqui? Onde é que eu tô, velho?
Boy, had I ever made a mess of that door.
Nossa catacumba aqui de God, viu? Achei a entrada do inferno aqui. Como assim?
In the beginning was
Que é isso,
the
velho?
end. An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness.
Olha o cara aqui, ó.
In the end will be a beginning. An end to our enemies heralds our new day.
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have successfully promoted a sense of betrayal in the upper echelons. They feel that the politicians have cast them adrift. The pattern
Esse cara
is
aqui, ó.
emerging. Our time
Ele
is
ganhou um prêmio
now.
aí. Eu até conversei com ele.
Mademoiselle?
Mas o resto eu não reconheço, não. Será que são Templars, hein?
A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is
Os caras estão falando de guerra de
the world
companhias.
over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower.
Negócio de população
We
global
have
aí.
inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions
Nova ordem mundial aí, viu?
completed or revoked without appearing foolish. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Excellent. The tired old governments are dying a slow death from their own incompetence and our machinations. Professor, where is the broken
Professor, onde está a espada quebrada? Como assim?
As we
Olha aí, professor aí, ó.
time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say, our predecessors,
Hold on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet.
Caraca, a espada de Baphomet, velho. Vixe. Parece que esses caras são descendentes de Templars, viu? Eles estão atrás da espada de Baphomet. Espada quebrada, né? Broken Sword. Vixe, aí é doideira, viu?
He tried to protect the Lockmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed.
É a nova ordem aqui, viu?
And don't call that serious
Os Illuminati,
maniac
exatamente,
a
velho.
Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you that we have a sacred duty? A trust? When Philippe attempted to destroy the Order, we lost the sword and our power with it.
Ele tá falando aqui, ó.
Now we have the
Que quando o rei Filipe foi tentar acabar com eles, eles perderam a espada e o poder. E agora estão atrás, né?
Not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword.
Vixe, vão achar o Baphomet e a espada, como assim? Caralho.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present. Ha! But I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others, Eklund. At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Opa.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Ah, esse cara é o doutor lá, ó, que matou o cara no hospital. Tava se fingindo de médico. Esse do bigode.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news?
Ah, o nome da espada é Baphomet, né? Entendi.
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so.
É totalmente Assassin's Creed, viu? Porque eles são os Templars e tem os assassinos, então eles são diferentes, né?
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition.
Caraca, velho, o que é que tem nessa espada, velho? Que espada é essa, né?
It will be to become the princess of this world.
Wow. E o cara lá, uou. Caraca, os caras foram embora. Todo mundo foi embora de barquinho, ó. Caraca, que viagem, velho. Pronto, acabei de descobrir aqui o maior furo da história aqui. Muito doido. E agora, o que é que eu faço? Tô abismado aqui, ó. Ai. Para dessa aqui, velho. Uma seita chamada satânica.
In the middle of the circle was a stump of stone, a shaft of daylight from the world above lancing down to touch it. There was a large circle marked out on the floor with a stump in the middle. Around the circle I could see words inlaid into the stone. On the circle's circumference were the Templar seal and 2 Latin phrases, non omnis moriar and clarior e tenebris. I shall not die completely, the brighter from the darkness.
Ele disse que tem dizendo aqui na pedra, né? Eu não morrerei completamente. A luz, né? O brilho na escuridão.
In the middle of the circle, a shaft of.
Caraca, agora que eu me toquei, ó. Tem 3 pedacinhos aqui. É só botar, velho.
The tripod's feet fitted neatly into the notches on the top of the stump. The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays. And each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the left, I could read M-A-R-I-B. Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Nico, I've seen them.
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them.
O Plantard e o pai dela era tudo templário, né? Só que eles foram mortos, porque até o cara falou lá que ele não matou um deles. Então, tipo, alguém deles lá matou o pai dela e o pessoal que era templário.
They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria. But they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam and lit the letters M-A-R-I-B.
Marib is a village in Syria.
Ah, Marib é vilarejo na Síria.
Klausner beat me to it.
You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay. What about the tripod?
I'll send it back to André, anonymously.
Beleza, que doideira, viu?
Let's take another.
Não, eu quero olhar pro manuscrito, não. Simbora, vamos pra Síria, velho.
Syria is a long way, George.
Pra Síria, vamos pra Síria. Toma, tá aqui, ó. Vamos pra Marib. Mas deixa eu só passar ali no local lá, ver se o cara vai me devolver o cálice, né, velho? Ó, o doidão voltou pra cá, ó.
You're back.
Como é que ele vai me dar o cálice, brother?
Ainda?
Ah, ainda tá com o cálice. O cara gostou, viu, de alisar o cálice. Beleza, né? Deixa ele aí. Vamos lá pra Síria. E aí, Kizones? Kizões, esse jogo aqui é irado, viu? Tá perdendo aí a história. Oixi. Desvendando aqui o mistério dos Templários, cara. A espada do Baphomet aqui. Eu tô atrás da espada do Baphomet. Cheguei na Síria, ó. Cheguei na Síria, e agora? Na Síria. Tem 1 milhão de coisas aqui pra fazer. Vamos ver. O cara só veio olhar pra mim e saiu. Tá com gato a espada. Ixi. Pronto. É o cara vem e volta.
Hey there, young fella. Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglais? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes, si, and indeed oui, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my grand emporium.
Gato preto, gato preto.
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed
You don't sound like you...
Don't for all his bluster.
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though, stand.
This?
Well...
Passar aqui um pouco mais rápido, porque esse cara aqui acha que é só baboseiro.
Have you any...
I think I might have a couple of...
Then they're too
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I love...
Oh.
No scussy.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar? Why?
It does?
Yes. It's featuring...
Great. That's a...
The Saint television program and a stickman.
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore?
I only watched it for the stick he was...
So I'm correct in saying that the word...
Well, that's that. Just how much information do you think there is on a trip?
A what?
From the medieval edition. Ask me what a few...
never mind. Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives in... How anyone can find them romantic?
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir. I'm glad to say.
So long.
Toodle peep, sir.
Beleza, até aqui até agora nada de bom. Esse cara bizarro que entra e sai. Ver o que tem mais aqui. Esse cara aqui parado aqui, esse gordão aqui. Tem umas frutas aqui. Uma saída ali. Outro cara aqui também. E tem outra subida aqui. Um monte de coisa aqui pra fazer, viu? Deve ser bem o ato final já. Deixa eu falar com esse doidão aqui.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts. The merchant was selling fruit. This is what the merchant was.
Visão aí, ó, fazendo turismo na Síria.
I was wondering. Why, sure, son. The name's Henderson. Dwayne.
Pleased to meet you, Mr.
Hellboy.
Oh, okay. Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they have.
I saw a medieval picture of a woman, royalty or no. She was looking in a but the reflection. What do you think of?
I think you should be in therapy.
Ele perguntou sobre aquela foto lá que tem no manuscrito, que é a mulher olhando pro espelho, e no espelho tem 3 faces, né? O cara disse que ele devia ir pra terapia.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew.
What I know, I haven't. Sure, the group.
Oh. Does the image of a knight?
Hell no. What?
I don't know. It all came what the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript. It's a lens. Have you
É uma lente, ele falou que o que o cara tava usando lá naquele manuscrito é uma lente. Ixi, mais uma lente pra quê, né? Talvez pra ver alguma coisa, né?
You're a long way from home,
could say me without my.
Ah.
Ow! You don't mind the folks back home.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Yep. Pearl, you ought to ask her to.
Where is your wife, Dwayne?
Pearl? Oh, she's around.
How long have you been married?
Hell must be.
Beleza, não vou perguntar mais nada pra ele não. Deixa eu só mostrar isso aqui.
What do you think of?
It's a boy.
Okay.
Count on it.
Beleza. Deixa eu ir embora do Wayne. Deixa eu falar com esse cara aqui agora.
In the still air, the smell. Hi.
Hello, hello.
O cara que vende kebab, ó. Parei.
What do you make of?
You buy kebab?
I'd value you.
Nah.
I'd value.
Nah.
O cara é doidão, velho.
Well,
most good.
The stand had as a market.
Tá, ainda faltam esses três coisinhas aqui e depois eu posso ir andar por aí. Vamos ver aqui.
The stand was. I couldn't imagine. How did this guy make a living selling? Hello. I was wondering.
Ah, a mulher do cara, ó. Nossa, a mulher do cara é feia pra caralho.
What can I do for you?
Hi, my name's...
Well, it certainly is a lot. My name's Mrs. Henderson, but...
Okay.
So nice to meet a friendly American...
Pearl?
Yes?
I was just wondering if you...
Wash?
Perguntar a ela sobre as coisas. Ó, tem 3 imagens que eu não decifrei ainda, que é esse cara aqui, ó. Mexendo na tapeçaria, né? O cara com a bola, que eu acho que é uma lente, e... a mulher dos espelhos. Vamos perguntar pra ela aqui.
Do you know anything?
I do a little needlework.
It's okay. Have you talked to the... He might...
I'm looking at the poor... We still...
I've been talking...
Oh.
Yeah, he...
Oh, yeah. Tell me.
Yes, go on then.
Okay then, our simple... When you're...
I like...
Pleb. We know when you're...
It's...
Passar aqui que eu acho que é só baboseiras.
Sounds familiar. The holy something and the holy something else I can't... I read it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of...
So, tell...
Me? Wait...
You said that your company is based...
And Dwayne said it's in...
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and the... Anyway, thing is...
Oh,
he...
I'm...
Don't worry yourself.
Beleza, vou sair daqui que não quero ouvir esse cara falando não. E vamos subir as escadas primeiro aqui, que pode ser que seja um caminho de ida e volta. Vamos lá. Ixi, tem um cara aqui meio... meio estranho aqui, né? Cara meio suspeito aqui, ó. A cara dele aqui. Fala com ele aqui.
Burruba!
Ixi.
Hello, sir!
Burruba.
Does this mean anything to you?
Yes,
Does this...
yes, carpet.
What do you...
Hello.
Does this match...
Ah, give to me. Alla muito.
Opa, mostrei pro cara um negocinho e ele quis, ó. E aí? Opa, entrei aí no local secreto, cara, com um negocinho que eu dei pra ele, ó.
Many beneficent greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no, and again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No, I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see...
I am Ultar.
This I had to hear.
Where does your... Simply mention the name to your obedient servant and we shall fly there.
Oh, well, I don't really want to leave Marib yet, but I'm sure that if I do, you'll be the first to know.
Is good. You know where you want to go, you come to Ultar.
Thanks. See you around.
Be having a...
Esse cara aqui é um taxista, né?
Hi.
Diz que vai pra onde eu quiser.
I was wondering if you could... What? I mean, I'm sorry.
No surprise there, alrighty. But he not speak English. He not have...
No tongue? What happened?
O cara não tem língua, velho.
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh, yes.
Hello again, Have you met the...
Have Ultar met them? Huh?
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them one. They say, is there anything ancient? Ultar say, they say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen Taxi? Fat, but they...
Do you know...
Of course.
Yes?
Great she-bop band. Who put the bop in the bop bop bop?
Yeah, eternal... What do you know about...
A most miserable man. And he say...
Fancy the...
Not at all. Whatever...
What do you make of...
Nejo. Ha. Ayub's boy. I say...
Só conversa fiada.
This place is...
Oh, yeah. Kind.
Gee,
Then...
See you around, Ultar.
May good...
I hadn't felt the need to spit.
Tem a cuspideira aqui. O que eu posso fazer com a cuspideira? Dá uma cuspida, né? Aqui não. Temos mais uma cuspideira.
Even if I'd wanted to spit, my...
E uma porta.
Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry.
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
Tem negocinho pra ler aqui, o que é?
By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't
Não dá pra entender.
understand a word of it. I knew the door was locked.
Porta fechada, tenho que ter a chave. Bem, vou lá no outro canto que eu não vi ainda onde é.
The carpet seller had a...
Hello, sir.
What do you... What do you...
Hello.
What do you...
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Vamos ali pro outro lado pra ver. Essa portona aí que tem nos fundos.
I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
Ah não, aqui é a saída, ó. Então já é por aqui mesmo. Deixa eu falar com aquele meninozinho de novo. O gato fica putão.
As I didn't see... I need you.
Hello?
That's not a very...
No.
Why do you keep...
Oh, as beers and it smells.
What do you know about...
Oh.
Is that all?
The chap eats...
Who's the guy?
Oh.
He doesn't seem...
He never... What?
Does he speak...
Not...
I met an...
Ah, that was a barbaric sort.
Oh, he's not that.
You know how he speaks. That's how he...
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, a world-renowned...
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my...
Yes?
Collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hoards of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point. Seriously, do you really think this thing's so great?
Take it away, you tempter.
I'll swap it for something off your stand.
Due to seasonal financial considerations,
I thought you wanted this.
I do, sir.
Which in translation meant it's not really my stand, and I'll be in big trouble if I swap anything for something that I want myself.
Alternatively, is there any service that you require?
Not at the moment, but I'll bear it in mind.
Ele quer essa bolinha, disse que fazia alguma coisa por ela, mas parece que nada, né?
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid.
Look at this.
Calais, sir. I must...
This plaster was...
Really?
Here.
I'd rather...
What do you make of...
A man...
So long, Nijo.
Toodle...
Beleza. Look these graphics. Rapaz, eu vou pegar esse gato aqui e vou rebolar aqui uma bola nele. Gato doidão, velho. E esse cara totalmente sem noção que entra e sai.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts.
Meio difícil de descobrir isso aqui, né? Mas vamos lá. Tem um cara aqui vendendo carne que ele não fala inglês.
Hello again, sir. Hello. What do you make of this? You but
É o cara do kebab.
Does this mean any? No. I'd nah. What do you think of buy kebab? What do you make? You buy kebab. You buy kebab. Most good.
Vai kebab.
Well, goodbye. Most.
You buy kebab.
Hello. Ma'asalam.
E voltei aqui ao cantinho estranho. Tem que ter uma chave pra entrar aqui, mas como? O cara é mudo, velho. Dá pra falar com ele? Não tem língua
There
aí.
wasn't much point when I couldn't speak Arabic. Hello again, old talk. Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed, the management.
Oh, well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes. Come back, it been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back.
Nossa, roubaram a escova do cara, velho. Aí ele fechou o banheiro.
Cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No. Ultar use bucket.
What do you think of...
He's
Shake my hand, Ultar.
Ha ha. Remind me of thing that happened month ago. Man come up to Ultar, say, but man heavy leg. How we laugh. Then I broke his...
I didn't think electrocuting the big Syrian was a good idea. What does this grease...
Nothing.
Have you... Here? Yesterday? My God, he's...
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
Aí ele viu o assassino por aqui, hein?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him?
The killer knew my name. What else did he ask about?
E o assassino tá me procurando, viu?
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 miles out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
Ah, parece que ele foi pra esse cabeça de touro aqui.
Bull's Head Hill?
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting. Yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
You need fine luxury guide to take.
Woe is me. Where can I find...
And Ultar is...
Gee, will it...
Are you...
Alright, let's go.
Vamos lá, ele vai me levar lá, ele é taxista, né?
$50.
Oh, most unhappy event. Ultar...
Hold on, Ultar. Is there nothing I could barter with you?
Word that it was so, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs the muffler doctor. Trading for these things is not. My heart weeps for the injustice, but it's...
Well, I still don't have any cash on me.
Oh, the delights of the bull...
Well,
Oh, the delight...
What do you think?
Not enough to...
How about
Eu tenho que ter dinheiro agora pra poder...
This is a...
Pra poder me levar nessa cabeça de touro onde o assassino foi.
See you around,
Beleza. Para como, não sei, né?
I knew the door was locked.
Ver que a mulher aqui. Falar com ela aqui, eu não falei com ela todas as opções.
Hello again, Pearl.
What?
Have you met the...
Hey!
But...
What? Oh, no.
Have you ever heard...
No.
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful.
I liked her too much to zap her with the buzzer. What do you mean?
Oh!
What does this mean to...
Gosh.
No.
Oh.
Have you seen this...
No.
No, not really. Have you ever heard of it?
Merlin?
No, Merlin. Merlin. There's an...
Moulin?
You have...
No.
I've got some plaster...
That's not...
Do you know what this is?
Lord.
It's a sewer.
Who?
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure.
Falar com o doidão aqui, marido da mulher.
Hi there,
Hi there,
Have you ever...
Can't say as I...
Hi there,
Bull.
Have you met Ul...
Oh my...
Yeah.
Tried to...
Look.
Yeah?
Have you seen this man before?
Maybe.
I just...
Sure.
Ow! Damn.
There. I've got enough. Maybe I'll ask her.
What do you think of this?
You...
Shake hands.
Why?
I'm just being friendly.
Let's just be friends.
What do you make of this?
A man...
Hey, how...
Hey, how come you're carrying it?
Yeah, do you know the name?
Nope.
Okay.
Cal...
Talvez seja esse negócio aqui desse menino, cara, pra poder trocar por dinheiro. E agora eu não sei o que tem que fazer aqui.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again.
That's not... Why do you...
Oh, it is Kipling.
Fiercely independent.
And it...
Seriously, do you...
Take it.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Engraçado esse gato. Uau.
I hadn't come all...
cara aqui é muito louco, ele entra e sai, não fala nada. Por que ele faz isso comigo?
He didn't have anything that the merchant. I figured going out into the country. Close up. Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush.
Oh, ele tá com a escova, velho. A escova do cara que tá, que tá com...
Well, goodbye.
Que fechou o banheiro lá.
Most...
Como é que eu pego agora?
In the still air.
O que é a escova?
Close up, I could see...
O que eu faço pra pegar essa escova? Deixa eu falar pro cara que tá aqui com esse outro cara aqui. Ver se eu consigo falar pra ele.
There wasn't much point in trying to launch an in-depth conversation when I... Hello again. Well, I...
Oh, did...
See you around, Meg.
O cara não vai me levar sem dinheiro. A escova do cara que tava nessa porta aqui tá lá com o cara do kebab. E aí? E aí?
Hello, sir.
Hi there, Dwayne. Hi. Have you had any deep...
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Calma.
Conversar com a galera aqui sobre o cara do kebab, né?
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell...
Have you had...
Hey, Evans, not...
I've gotta go...
That's...
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again.
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old chap.
E se ele vai me ajudar, eu vou dar a bolinha pra ele.
Maybe what? Perhaps what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're...
No, you're right.
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom. A globe of delight, a rube...
You mean the ball, don't you?
A tiny sphere...
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
All right, here you go.
Thank you, sir. People say bad things about Americans.
What people? What bad?
Never mind that now.
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il ach il kalb.
Il ach il kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver...
Tem que falar uma frase pro cara ser educado com ele. Pra poder ele me dar a escova lá.
Able to do enough for you.
Really?
Real.
That's not...
No.
Why do you keep...
Oh, it has...
Fiercely...
And it's...
So long, Nate.
Vamos lá falar com o cara do kebab. Vamos ver se eu vou conseguir falar a frase, né? É lark.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab? Yeah.
Il akul kalb?
Filthy. Bad. I'll kill you.
Ixi, ela ficou puta.
Calm down. Feet, do your thing.
Ixi, o cara... Ficou puto. Corre, bag. E aí, cadê o cara? Cansou de correr? Ué, eu falei as paradas pro cara, mas...
Hello again, sir. Okay.
Cadê a escova? Ah, o meninozinho deve ter pegado, né?
What the heck did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
Agora o meninozinho pegou, não sabia.
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justified the means, sir.
Yeah.
They...
Oh.
Valeu, meu querido. Falou.
So long.
Tudo.
Caraca, isso aqui é uma escova de privada, velho. Nossa, por isso que o cara fechou o banheiro porque roubaram a escova de privada dele. E o cara aqui passava nos kebab, meu Deus. Vamos lá devolver pro cara. Devolver pro cara pra ver se ele abre o banheiro. Eu não sei o que diabo tem nesse banheiro aí. Espero que seja uma coisa muito boa, viu?
Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at need much cleaning and detergent before go around my you bend.
He said all that?
Body language account for much, you know.
Vamos lá.
I knew the door was...
Entrei no banheiro. E aí, Lorde? Boa noite. Tranquilebas. E essa jogatina vai rolar? Pega aqui um papelzinho aqui. Tranquilo, Lorde. Fica de boa.
I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use
Eu tenho 1000 jogos pra jogar aqui, velho. Pensa não. A Daisy tá só esperando aí você chegar pra jogar o Conan. Não, eu espero, velho. Fica à vontade, fica de boa. Relaxa, dá certo. Porra. Quebrei o negócio do cara, ó.
It was the short length of chain I'd taken from the toilet at the Club Alamut. I hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it.
Peguei aqui a corrente. E agora, pra onde é que eu vou? Peguei uma corrente pra quê, velho? Será que esse cara aceita a corrente como entrada, hein?
Hello again, old...
Praise.
What does Il Akal Kalb mean?
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to...
And Arto come after you with...
Yeah.
I know Arto. You tell him in bad Arabic that his kebab's made from dog meat.
I said he was using dog food? No wonder he went crazy.
No, bultar mean meat.
Oh. Ugh. Look, I've got the...
Is this life goal thing?
Tô vendo aí, viu, Lorde?
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
Estou invejando aí. Você é a pessoa querida em todas as lives aí.
You sure strange cookie, mister, yes?
Well, I still don't...
Oh,
See you around, old time.
Cara, eu peguei a correntinha dourada aqui, mas pra quê, velho? Meu Deus.
Hello.
What do you think of this?
Lovely car.
Agora eu acho que eu vou vender pra aquele cara, velho. Certeza. Aquele cara lá que sai da porta, sem noção. Vamos ver. Quando for jogar, ó, é só dar o toque que a gente joga, velho. Tem essa não, espera aí o tempo que for. O doidinho tá brincando aqui. Ah, agora ele tá jogando a bolinha, ó. Vou botar o gato pra ali. Vamos ver. Opa, derrubou uma coisa o gato, ó. Que ser isso?
The statuette looked pretty sorry for itself after its fall, chipped with both arms broken off.
Uma estatuetazinha. Que vanta.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello.
May I have this statuette? It is broken out.
Certainly. And when my father deals with that feline for breaking it, you can have a David.
What is this toy?
Are you building a...
Do you recognize...
No.
So long.
Toodle.
Peguei essa estatueta, será que a mulher vai querer? Vender pra mulher, né? Pra ela me dar o dinheirinho e eu pegar o ônibus. Ou o táxi.
Hello again.
Why?
Are you interested...
Anna! What have you got there?
How about this fine...
Oh, George, that'd be ideal, except, I don't know. It looks new, George. You won't be trying to make a fool out of me.
Good God, no, Pearl. Nothing... I've got the...
Ela não quer não, ela só quer coisa antiga, ela acha que isso é novo.
What do you think of...
My.
Do you know what...
My.
Yeah. I've got to go...
It's been a...
Fala com o cara aqui, vê se ele quer.
Stan was hawking ancient machine. I couldn't imagine...
Esse cara bizonho aqui.
Hi there.
What does this...
It means that somewhere...
I've got the... Not...
What do you... Looks like the kind... Not old...
Parece que essa estatueta não está velha o suficiente pra Pearl, né, a mulher dele. Então, se eu sujar ela. Se eu sujar a estatueta e deixar ela velha, talvez ela queira. Agora como? Vou botar o dedo da privada pra ver.
The grease paint had worked magic.
Ah, botei aquela melequinha que eu peguei no começo do jogo, ó. Nossa. Vamos ver agora. Caraca, deu certo, ó. Genius.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why?
What do you think of this?
Oh, not that. Just what I've been looking for.
Simplesmente o que ela estava procurando, uma coisinha antiga.
It looks awful similar to that modern one.
Ah, well, that's because the first one I showed you was and I sought out the... Yeah, that's...
Oh, George.
There's nothing to forgive. Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying them. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay. If he gives you any trouble...
Agora o Dwayne vai me pagar. Me paga, Dwayne. Quero ficar rico. Cara, só enganando os americanos.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. What do you think of... Good gravy.
Yeah, I did.
Boy, your luck's better than ours.
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home?
Oh, I couldn't. It's
$50. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
Peguei 50 conto, 50 dólares. E agora eu posso ir finalmente lá pro negócio. Falou, Ura. Ah, esse kebab é feito de carne de cachorro, velho. Como assim? Bora nessa, meu filho, pelo amor de Deus.
Hello again.
Praise.
About Bull's Head. Well, 50. Okay, it's a deal.
Ah, most. Mister,
Where exactly is your taxi?
Yes?
Ah.
Vamos embora, taxista.
It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
Deixei a chave do banheiro aqui no bar, né? E vamos embora.
Hello again, Ultar.
Is most splendid and...
That's...
Oh,
it looks like...
bah! You have...
About...
There, you have...
Okay.
Regret the fan...
So...
What?
How long is that gonna take?
One day?
Um
I
dia,
can't
velho.
wait that long. We
Um
gotta
dia,
get
talvez
moving.
6,
But
pra chegar
how,
lá.
my friend?
I'll think of something.
Como assim, velho?
Bye for now.
May good...
E agora?
Hello.
Is most splendid...
Ixi, eu acho que eu nem li, ó. Será que o carro dele tá quebrado? Ah. E
It
agora?
was the short length of chain.
Eu passei e pensava que ia dar certo pra ele ir embora. Mas ele falou, um dia talvez 6. Um dia de quê? Quebrou o carro dele, será? Estranho.
Hello again.
Is most splendid and advanced...
Bye for...
May...
De covarde, viu? Caraca, esse tempo todo pra nada, velho. Como assim? Fiz 1000 trocas aqui.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why?
I've got a...
That's great.
Olha o meninozinho aqui fazendo movimentos estranhos.
I need...
Hello?
So long, Nick. I had...
Falar com o cara do kebab. Ver se ele vai me matar. Mas deixa eu falar aqui logo com o americano primeiro.
Hi there, Dwayne. Hi. Okay.
Tem nada pra fazer aqui. Ou seja, tem só alguma besteirinha aqui que tá faltando pra começar. Vamos sair. Vou dizer que o cara falou que...
Hello again, sir.
aquelas palavras pra ele.
Filthy!
Okay, okay.
O cara tá puto aqui. Estranho, velho.
It was the key to...
Peguei a chave do banheiro. Pra quê? Eu deixei ela aí e peguei de volta. Como assim, velho?
I knew that...
Agora abrir o banheiro e aí? Que loucura, velho.
I hadn't...
Tentar aqui alguma coisa, né? Ou não.
Even if I...
Ei, eu peguei esse negócio do banheiro, então deve ser com ele que tem que fazer alguma coisa.
It didn't seem right to take off... Does this mean it?
Yeah. Hello. Ma.
It must have taken him all morning just to set up his stall.
Ô, Dom Vivante, brigadão aí pelo... O Dom Vivante foi? Foi. Obrigado pela raid aí, Dom. Sejam bem-vindos aí. Tô aqui ainda, quase desvendando aqui o mistério dos Templars. Sejam todos bem-vindos. Boa noite aí. Beleza? Tava jogando o que, Dom?
How did this guy make a living?
Caraca, velho, o que falta fazer aqui? Subnáutica? Achei irado aquele lá, ó. Eu tava vendo tu jogando lá, tu falou um negócio da nave. A história é essa, o cara caiu na nave.
I need so long.
Toodle.
90% água. Vixe, doideira, viu? Ah, parece que tava alguma coisa aqui, ó. Onde o gato tava. Só que não. Subnáutica é legal, eu já vi algumas vezes. Tenho vontade de jogar. Interessante. É single player?
The stand was this is in the still air.
O único pai é esse, tô ligado. Pois é, eu sempre pensei que fosse... Eu jurava que era multiplayer, porque é survival, né? Normalmente survivals desse naipe aí são multiplayer. Eu tô querendo jogar o Conan, né? Aí que é multiplayer. Só que tava até falando pro Risgay comprar também pra nós jogar. Marcar umas jogatinas de Conan aí. Conan é irado, viu? Sandbox aí, multiplayer, meio RPG também. Doideira. Conan Exiles. Dá uma olhada aí, é irado, velho. Tá sem conto. Na Steam. Eu testei, eu nem comecei a jogar porque eu tô esperando um brother aí. Ele disse que vai jogar também, aí... É, R$100. Aí ele... Eu tô esperando ele pra jogar. 14 euros. Tá em promoção, será, velho? É possível. Se for, mandar o risco comprar agora. 14 euros, baratão. Baratão não, eu não sei quanto é que tá o euro. Conan Exiles. Vixe! 50 conto, ó. Parada foi essa aí. Sério? Doideira, ó. Liga pro Rizg. Liga pro Rizg, liga pro Rizg. Ele tá aí, o Rizg? Deixa eu ver aqui. Tá, ó. Alô? Rizg?
It was the key to the club toilet.
O Conan Exiles tá 50 conto, tá bom. O Conan tá R$50. Vou jogar? Então deixa. Poxa, pô, bora jogar, velho. Irado, viu? Dá uma olhada nas gameplay pra tu ver aí. É massa, velho. É irado mesmo. Eu peguei aqui a chave, só pode ser aqui no banheiro, velho. Ou tô deixando passar alguma coisa, eu não escutei o que o cara falou. Mas esse completão aqui é só H, velho. Tem muito que... Só o Conan mesmo já é. É doideira esse game, velho. Tipo, survivalzão muito louco, tá ligado?
It was the key to the
Beleza. Pois é, quando eu for jogar aí, tu dá uma olhada aí. E aí tu vai ver como é doideira. Vai não jogar. É jogo de longa data, tá ligado? O cara começa a jogar, demora pra caralho pra terminar. Acho que nem termina assim, é só na putaria, viu? É desse tipo de jogo, tá ligado? Caraca, velho, travei de novo, velho. Deve ser alguma besteira. Eu fui inventar de passar o que o cara falou ali, velho. Pronto, aí. Aí pronto.
Hello, sir.
Beleza, então, beleza. Tranquilão. Obrigado aí pela raid, é nóis.
The merchant was selling. Hello again, Ultar.
O que esse cara falou, velho?
Bye for now, Ultar.
Valeu, Dom. Obrigado aí, boa noite. Bom descanso aí.
The stand. This is what travel is all about. Rome. Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
Okay, well.
Caraca, velho, tô travado de novo, brother. Mas com o que eu não sei. Have no idea.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle.
Que raiva desse cara que sai, não faz nada.
I hadn't come all this way to seek out curios.
Salvar aqui. Tô em 72% do game, velho.
The stand was hawking ancient machine. I couldn't imagine. How did this guy make a living selling? Hello again.
Wow.
I've got to go.
That's great.
In the still air, the smell. Hello.
Eu vou ter que sair testando tudo com tudo aqui.
Okay.
Ok.
Hello again, old top. What is this toilet?
You got brush back so you could steal chain? You...
Bye for now, old...
May good for...
Bye for now, old top.
May good...
Meu Deus, velho.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir.
What is this toilet?
Are you building a
solo
poodle peep, sir?
Eu já usei isso aqui, já usei isso aqui. aqui.
It was the card I'd found in the hotel bedroom. It read, Thomas... He didn't have anything that I needed. The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is. Hello again, Ultar. Bye for now, Ultar.
Deixa eu ver aqui o meu diário, ver se ele fala, né? Eu que me lembrei do diário. Esse tempo todinho pensando aqui. É, tá, até agora é só mesmo dizendo que eu tenho que ir lá pro canto chamado Bullshead. Mas não dá pra ir porque o cara veio pra cá, falou não sei o que aí. E pronto. Ficou, ele disse que é um negócio de 1 a 6 dias. Talvez o carro dele esteja quebrado, né? Não sei como é que foi pra consertar.
It must have taken him all morning just...
Agora o que tem que fazer? Eu tenho a mínima ideia. Mentir.
Hello, sir.
Aqui só tem as chaves pra entrar no banheiro. As cuspideiras.
I had the outside of the ornate... I knew that...
Eu vou tentar usar tudo aqui com essas coisas pra ver. Usar tudo, usar tudo. Cartão, chaves. Opa. Ah, não. Abri aqui o negócio, velho. Sério mesmo? A chave abrir isso aqui também, velho. Ah, não.
It was a length of coarse gray toweling from the...
Que isso, velho. Vou ter que levar a toalha pro cara, será? Molhar a toalha no banheiro. Deixa eu aproveitar aqui, ver se tem que molhar. Na privada? Ou na pia, né? Não. Caraca, consegui ainda bem, velho. Tá agoniado aqui, né? Bem, aqui não é. Então, vou tentar levar a toalha lá pro cara seca mesmo.
It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar. Hello again, old... Is this any use to you?
My friend, the very
Finalmente.
thing. Yes.
Aí é. Aí sim. É por isso que tinha duas chavinhas lá no banheiro e eu só usava uma, não sabia pra que era a segunda. Consertei o carrinho dele.
Cut it in two lengthways and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes?
Simbora. Será que tem alguém observando, velho? Cheguei agora no meio do nada aqui. Tem aqui um galinho logo aqui. O cara pega um galho e guarda na roupa. Nice.
I damaged that tree enough for... The stick I'd broken off was surprisingly... I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot. I could see that crack.
E que é isso que eu tô fazendo na sorte aqui, hein? LOL. Ah, enganchei o galho na toalha pra poder descer.
That looked really safe. But I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Desci. Tem uma pedra suspeita aqui, né? Tem um buraquinho aqui. Só isso que tem.
I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there. But hey, what the heck? I was only risking mutilation. No blade took my hand off at the wrist, and no scorpion stung me, for which I was very grateful. But there was something in there. A metal ring, as wide as my hand.
Tem um anel de metal largo que nem a mão dele.
I took a firm hold of the ring. I tried not to think of death traps, and pulled.
Opa, abre, hein?
Whoa there.
Simbora. Onde estou, cara? Pelo amor de Deus. Vixe. Tem uma mulher aqui desmaiada aqui, ó.
I found the corpse. Oh my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again.
Tá morto o cara, velho.
Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me.
Fudeu.
I had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died.
Klausner morreu, ó. Coitado.
I searched the court. No portable phone, no demolition charge. You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped. Bullwhips might be handy for exploring ancient ruins, but they're no use when you're trapped in a cave. Klausner clearly fancied himself as a latter-day Indiana Jones.
O cara tá tipo Indiana Jones.
Whatever had been in the bottle had been drunk. Klausner must have died of thirst and...
O cara morreu de sede, velho. O cara passou um século aí, viu? Uma semana.
I couldn't think of anything to do with the statue, apart from scaring small children. I couldn't take the inscription with me. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In occidenta sita est, in ora mundi. Okay, that would have to do.
Decorei aqui a frase e agora? Nada. Ver se eu consigo usar alguma coisa aqui.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I've done more fun things in my life, but as my life expectancy wasn't great, I cautiously flicked open the jacket.
Opa,
Hey.
o que temos aqui?
What's this? I'd found some kind of a very old
A lente, ó.
made from
Caraca, achei a
very
lente, brother.
hard glass.
A lente que o
That
cara usa
settled
assim.
it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball.
Doideira, peguei a
There was
lente.
nothing else in there. So much. It was the lens that I'd found. I couldn't.
Já peguei a lente e aí.
In
Abrir a porta lá, né?
I couldn't help but notice faint, bloody fingers, as if somebody had tried to.
Dá pra fazer nada.
I'd searched Klausner once. There was nothing on his body. I'd searched the bottle. I couldn't. I couldn't. I could. I could. I could. I couldn't do that.
Tá, no poste não é nada, então vamos ver aqui na cara dele.
I couldn't. So much. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I could. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I could.
Ai.
I couldn't. I could. I couldn't do. I. I couldn't do that.
I couldn't do that.
I couldn't do that.
I can't do that.
I couldn't.
Beleza, o corpo não tem nada. É só pra saber. I could do that. I could do that.
In Occidenta. In Occidenta Cita Est in Ora Mundi.
O que isso quer dizer? Inaccidentas est ora mundi. Será que alguma dica pra sair daqui? É provável, viu? Tô preso total, velho. Totalmente preso. Caraca, velho, o que será que tem que fazer aqui? Olha só. Na porta não deu, no cara já testei, na estátua já testei. Tentar na última ali. Tudo. Caraca, olha só.
It was the a stone head. It was a strange image, redolent with anger. The mouth's opening.
Opa.
It must be Ultar. My God, if he comes in, we'll both be trapped.
Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay!
You!
Bicho, assassino, velho.
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places. Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden moves, Mr. Stobart.
Assassino, brother. E agora? Pelo menos eu saí da caverna, né?
Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Ih, ó, anjinho ou capetinha. Ixi, se eu botar capetinha, o cara, eu boto ele lá pra dentro e mato ele. Mas eu vou botar um anjinho aqui, o bonzinho.
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You wanna look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about? Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
Yeah, he was carrying some sort of lens. I've got it with me.
Give it to me.
I don't think so.
Don't be a fool, Mr. Stobart.
If I give it to you, what's to stop you killing me?
What is to stop me killing you anyway?
You might hit the lens.
Not if I shoot you in the head.
When I fall, the lens might get broken.
Yes. You plead convincingly, Mr. Stobart. Perhaps you'll live to see another day. Perhaps. Was there anything else?
Well, there is something, I guess, but you can't move it.
Yes? What is it?
It's a treasure map. Yeah, X marks the spot.
Come now. Do you expect me to believe that?
Yeah, okay. You caught me. But round the corner, there is something in Latin up on the wall.
Latin? Do you remember it, Mr. Stobart?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize.
So what are you gonna do?
I regret that we must end this here and now. Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
Como um homem ou como um cachorro? Caraca, eu vou morrer como homem ou como um cachorro? Como um homem, né?
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stobart. A rare breed. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah.
Vai apertar minha mão, ele.
What the heck?
Aperta minha mão então, né? Caraca, eu sabia que ia servir de alguma coisa essa mão. Toma, era pra eu ter perguntado pra ele outras coisas, né? Mas me deixa quieto.
Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part of the experience was Ultar's driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really? Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more if you'd been there.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Have you any...
As a magnet...
I,
Agora talvez eu volte lá pro
Oh, George, you
a igreja.
shouldn't have bothered. What is it?
This.
A necklace. It's...
Ethnic craftsmanship at its most...
Oh, of course.
You do?
It will always remind me of you.
Dei pra ela um negócio agora, putaria.
Better get back to...
Negócio do banheiro. Vamos ver se vai mudar alguma coisa lá no Fashion. Pra Cira não posso ir mais também, beleza. Esse jogo aqui é massa, né? O cara vai em vários cantos. Assim, vários outro país e tal. Caraca, não é possível, né, velho? O cara ainda tá coisando, velho. Que isso, velho. Bem, com certeza a lente vai botar nessa estátua que tem aqui, né? Vamos tentar. Certeza que vai botar aqui. Na estátua. Ué, não? Como assim, velho? Opa.
The lens fitted into the end of the scroll like a hand into a glove.
Ixi, irado, ó. Eu tô vendo, ó. Que massa. Caraca, que massa, velho, ó. Tem que ajeitar aqui uma parada.
The distortions came sharply in the focus. It was a Knight Templar burning at the stake. And below him a date in Roman numerals.
Ah, tem uma data aqui, ó. É um templário sendo queimado.
Burning at the stake and a date.
Let me see. MCCC XIV. That's
E uma data, né?
1314.
1415. Como assim? Como assim? É 1314. É uma data, né? Me dê minha taça, meu filho, pelo amor de Deus.
Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure, monsieur.
What was the writing on the chalice?
It was not writing, my mistake. It was a coat of arms. The remarkable thing is that it seems very familiar.
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it on that wall tomb in the far corner. That winged horse is quite distinctive.
I noticed that the stain...
You have a keen eye, monsieur. It was...
Oh.
Oui.
Do you speak...
You are still... Oh. Let me see.
Yeah. Boy.
Merci.
Catch you later.
Agora a taça tá brilhando, né? Ele disse que essa taça parece que tem alguma coisa a ver com um cantinho ali.
It was hard to believe it was the same chalice.
Vamos ver se eu consigo usar lá. Ele disse que eu consigo, que ele disse que parece com uma dessas estatuetas aí. Vamos ver se é essas aqui. Acho que é essa aqui do canto. Ou é aquela lá do canto. Testar aqui também, né? Pra...
On the end around... Now that my attention had been drawn to it, there was no mistake. There was no name on it, but the coat of arms was undeniably the Pegasus of the De Vasconcelos family. I'd found the
esse cara aí eu disse que era um deles. O último templário da família Vasconcelos.
Carved into the edge of the tomb. Hey, maybe these biblical references mean something.
Nossa. Caraca, o que é isso, velho? O que eu tenho que fazer aqui, brother? Vixe, agora foi loucura, viu? Tem que achar uns versos bíblicos. Eu sei que tem aqui Salmos, né?
Psalms.
Ah, tá aqui, entendi.
Now, if I examine the tune more closely, there might be other clues to find.
Ah, Salmos, aí tem esse... Outros Salmos aqui.
Psalms 32:7. The numbers refer to a chapter and a verse in the Bible.
Jó. Coríntios.
Corinthians 14:5.
Deve ter um assim.
John 4:11. There were no
John.
references to Father,
Nossa.
but a series of Roman numerals ran around the plaque. I made a note in case they meant something.
Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1:4-5, and just one more, Psalms 22:21. I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel trap. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence to me. After all, the De Vasconcelos arms were already on the manuscript. Nope, I was still convinced that the chalice had some significance all of its own.
Bem, descobri aqui um negócio que eu não sei nem o que é. Os numerais aqui dos salmos da Bíblia. E aí? E agora, God? Voltar pra falar com a mulher. Ah, falar com o padre logo.
Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Is the...
Oui, monsieur.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
I couldn't open.
Hey!
Sorry.
Yes!
Cara, não deixou eu abrir, que ele voltou pra cá, esse véi.
You're back. Well,
No!
Acho que eu vou no museu mostrar o cálice pro cara lá.
You mean the kid?
People.
Sueur
Jacques. He pops up here. Easy so.
Rob.
Merci.
Vou no museu mostrar o cálice pro cara lá.
Hi, Andre.
Hello, where are you?
I just returned.
Syria?
It's a long story. It was referred to.
Yes.
A secret cave built in the cave. I discovered a map bearing a phrase in Akit.
The island
Lies at the end.
Strange. That map seems...
Like I said. While I was in Syria, I discovered a strange pagan statue. It was like a head with 3 bearded faces. Horrible.
That sounds as if it could be Baphomet, the idol described by the Templars.
The poor Knights of Christ had an idol that looked like that?
Allegedly. The description of the idol came from the evidence Mind you, not one statue or idol was until now, that is. Just last month, a statue of Baphomet was unearthed right...
Where?
At the Institut Hermetique de Naval. The statue is beneath. It was discovered by some workmen while renovating the building.
Can you tell me any more about the statue of Baphomet?
Aquilo dali era a estátua do Baphomet, velho. Que bizarro. Aquela lá da caverna.
The base of the statue is carved with Templar symbols. One of the workmen noticed a curious stain at the base. He claimed it looked like blood.
Blood?
That's right.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Bem, ele disse que uma das estátuas foi encontrada até recentemente. Nunca tinha sido encontrada, mas foi encontrada uma aqui em Paris. Aqui no site, aqui ó, no sítio do Baphomet. Enquanto o cara tava renovando o prédio, então vamos lá olhar. Dá mais um save aqui, né, pra ficar de boas. Acabamos de chegar aqui no local. O que vamos fazer aqui? Esse cara aqui. Começar com esse cara aqui.
Excuse me, could you help me?
What is it?
I've got a few questions. You're doing a fine job.
Merci. I have my professional pride.
I don't think I've ever seen a Gauloise smoked so stylishly.
It's a natural talent.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm being indifferent.
You're very good at that as well.
Merci. Vive l'indifférence.
So, what are you doing here?
I am having my break.
Yeah, I mean when you finish your break.
When I finish my break? An interesting concept, monsieur.
You'll probably need to think about it.
I could have another cigarette while I consider. Perhaps tomorrow too?
Okay, let me put things differently. What were you hired to do here?
I was hired to keep the archaeological dig in the basement of this building clear of debris, and to touch up damage to the door frames with my little pot of paint. It's a very responsible job. Unfortunately, I'm not a very responsible person.
So what do you know about the excavation?
I know they won't let me in to do my job. I would complain to my union, but
You couldn't be bothered to join.
Right. Tell you what though, I'm surprised at the sort of people interested in this excavation.
Ele disse que tá aí pra poder tomar conta da escavação, tirar todas as coisas de sujeira e essas coisas, né? Deixar o negócio limpo. Mas parece que ele não pode entrar. Aí ele tá aí só aí fumando um cigarro aí afora. Sem fazer nada, né? Como assim?
What's unusual about the visitors to the excavation?
None of them look like archaeologists to me.
Do you know what an archaeologist looks like?
Three-piece suits, crocodile-eyed attaché cases, Rolex oyster.
But no archaeologist dresses like that.
Quite right, monsieur, quite right.
So, who are they?
Who cares as long as they pay me?
Parece que o pessoal que contratou ele não é arqueólogo, ele disse.
What does the word Templar suggest to you?
Templar?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Bem, beleza?
Hey, monsieur, get away from my paint pot.
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's paint pot. Pah.
Tem um pote de tinta aqui que eu não posso pegar. Tem aqui pra olhar também.
Hey you, get away from my dumpster.
Okay. Ah, tipo um negócio de lixo. Tá, temos um pote de tinta, tem um negócio de lixo, tem a entrada aqui, vamos entrar, né? E tem um guardinha, cara, vamos lá, o guardinha não quer deixar eu entrar.
Hi? Excuse me?
Oui?
So, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm guarding. You expect to find me shearing sheep?
Take it easy, I just didn't realize you were a guard. I'd like to know what you're guarding, please.
That's a secret.
It wouldn't happen to be an archaeological site, would it?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
Then why ask?
I had a feeling this was no normal hole in the ground. What do you know about the Knights Templar? There was a long pause during which the guard said nothing. Then he said,
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
Is this a test?
What, like a history pop test?
No, like a test.
Okay, yes, it's a test.
Then I know absolutely nothing about the Templars.
O cara não sabe nada sobre os Templares, cara. Mas acho que é mentira.
The guard was being amazingly evasive. It was going to take more than goodwill to get past him. I thought better of showing him the chalice. He might be on the conspiracy's payroll, and I didn't want to...
Oui?
A sudden urge to sing.
No.
Do you recognize this name?
Merlin. No.
This gadget is a sewer key.
So it is.
No. Look, a tissue stained with grease paint.
Ah, just what I've always wanted. If you give me that, you can enter through the door.
Oxe.
Really?
Of course not. What would...
Esse cara é muito hilário, velho. Cara irônico. Disse que se eu desse esse pano mais sujo pra ele, ele deixava eu passar. Só que não, né?
Have you seen this man before? You have?
No.
I got this plaster from Ireland.
Not an
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Esse cara aqui tá meio troll, né?
I couldn't get to the door while the guard was there.
Dá pra passar porque tem um guarda, beleza. Esse aqui.
Do you mind if I use the phone?
Be my guest. I'm paid to guard this door. The phone can look after...
Hi, Nico?
George, what have you discovered?
Nothing yet.
Nothing. Is something wrong?
No.
George, why are you calling me?
Oh, no reason. I just wanted to hear your voice.
You did? Well, this is my voice saying, don't bother me, I'm busy.
Oh.
Que mulher ignorante.
There was a closed door with toilet scratched.
That door's locked, monsieur.
A porta tá fechada. Certo. Que é o banheiro, né, que ele falou.
I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial.
Bem, temos aqui esse interfone que não serve de nada.
I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial.
Vou entrar aqui.
The doorway led to an old utility closet that had... There was nothing interesting.
Nada interessante, tá bom. Tem um carrinho aqui.
I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half.
Tem um monte de tijolo sujo. Que estranho, cara, isso aqui. Essa porta, deixa eu tentar essa porta aqui de novo.
The door was locked.
A porta está fechada. Falar com o cara aqui, né? Mostrar umas coisas pra
Hi,
ele.
it's me again. What? Has a guy... Was he wearing a t-shirt with "My name is Merlin" on it?
I doubt it.
Then how the hell am I supposed to know his name just by looking?
I've got a sewer key.
I used to work in...
Oh? What happened?
I had a cigarette break in a pocket of methane. A manhole cover landed on the other side of the Seine.
I was pretty sure the shaken shock had shot its bolt.
Greasy tissue. Don't get it too close to my cigarette, monsieur, or there'll be a conflagration.
Have you ever seen anything like...
Yes, it's a I know, you know, I used to...
You?
Yes, me. What's so funny about...
Nothing. Have you seen this man before?
Yes, he asked me a lot of questions, just like...
Ó, o assassino perguntou um monte de perguntas pra ele.
I have some plaster of Paris.
Amazing.
O Merlin. Merlin ou Khan, né? Sei lá como é o nome do cara.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Tá, aqui não dá pra fazer nada praticamente. Estranho. Ah, aqui é onde tem a... Agora que eu lembrei, aqui é onde tem a estátua do Baphomet. Que ele disse que foi encontrado em Paris, né? Mas não dá pra entrar porque tem um guarda, e aí?
Hi again.
What is...
Ah, precisa dar o banheiro, ó.
I'd like to use the washroom, but the door's locked.
Oh, that's no problem. You can have the key.
Thanks.
Beleza, hein?
The door was locked.
Toma. Ixi, Maria, esse banheiro aqui é doideiro, viu? Pegar um sabão aqui. Um sabão, bota a chave, né não? Pra poder fazer uma cópiazinha. Claro. Sempre é assim.
The key had made a clear imprint in the
Tá,
soap.
pô.
The bar of soap had the imprint of a key in it.
Bem, como temos aqui o negócio da chave, dá pra colocar talvez a, né,
I knew keeping that plaster was a good idea.
o plástico aí. E depois molhar e ele já vira pedra. Tipo assim, fazer a chave, né?
With the plaster and the imprint, I was on the right lines. I had filled the key's imprint in the soap with dry plaster.
Agora tem que molhar, né?
You can't make a cast without wetting the plaster.
Que foi muito óbvio.
But wet plaster alone does not make a cast.
E agora?
The key's imprint was...
Como é que tira?
I'd already created... The key's imprint was now filled with wet plaster. I couldn't do that. The key's imprint... I couldn't... The key's imprint was now filled... I couldn't do that. I couldn't... The key's... I couldn't... The key's imprint was now... I couldn't... The key... I didn't want to carry a bar of dirty soap around with.
Eu tenho que tirar a chave, cara, mas como? Ah, um secador.
I used
Nossa.
the dryer to speed up the process. Well, it had taken a while, but I had made myself a completely unconvincing plaster key. Way too fragile to use in a lock.
É só substituir, né? Ah, ele não vai usar pra abrir, ele vai substituir.
It looked like plaster and not metal. Then again, that plaster statue in Syria hadn't looked like stone until I'd been a bit artful with it. Maybe I could improve the key as well.
Ah, lembra da cidade de estátua lá que eu mexi com ela com esse paninho, velho? Vou fazer a mesma coisa aqui.
Maybe...
Mas não dá. Então como é que eu vou fazer isso? Melhorar pra virar uma chave mais realista. Aí é cruel, hein? Dá uma cagada em cima da chave.
Being in a charming comfort station, that place was kept at least. The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it. The thing felt... I didn't want.
Tem carvão aqui. Como é que eu vou melhorar essa chave, velho? Pelo amor de Deus.
I wasn't about to wash my hands in this place.
Será que eu tenho que devolver pra ele depois transformar numa chave real? É improvável, né? Pintar a chave, cara. Com a tinta do cara, ó. A chave amarela aqui, ó. Vamos lá devolver a chave dele.
Hi again. What? Here's the keys.
Merci, monsieur.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Falar com o cara, ver se ele deixa eu usar o balde de tinta
Hi,
dele.
it's me again. What now? I made this key out of plaster.
A shredding. How clever. How pointless.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur. Hey, monsieur.
Okay.
I should think so. Meddling with a man's fine spot.
Ele não deixa eu usar. E agora? Deve ser pra cá, né, cara? Não deve ter... Não dá nem pra sair, não dá, ó.
Hey, you. Get away from my dumpster.
Okay.
Tem que deixar esse cara aqui... Como é que eu vou melhorar essa chave aqui? Na moral.
Hey, okay. Now,
I could... couldn't imagine what I'd achieved.
Estranho, cara. O que será que tem que fazer aqui?
Hi again. Talk to you. Au revoir.
Só se for pra entrar no banheiro de novo, mas será que no banheiro realmente tem que a solução? Porque eu tenho certeza que tem que pintar essa chave.
I couldn't see any use for a...
Mas como, eu não sei.
Oh, darn. No way.
Tem como sair? Me ajeitar aqui pra concentrar.
Hi, it's me. What?
What is it?
Não dá não aqui.
Hi again. What? I need again? I have this problem.
Bem provável que essa chave aqui seja igual aquele banheiro, tenha duas chaves, né? Então, e realmente tem duas chaves, três na verdade. Oh, tem uma quebrada, sei lá. Então deve dar pra abrir aquela máquina, sabia? Testar aqui. O que é que dá pra fazer aqui, meu Deus?
I didn't need to use the soap. The thing felt really hot. Big demand. The thing felt...
Tem um negócio muito quente aqui. Mas o que, meu Deus?
I didn't need to get near to tell the toilet needed cleaning. I wasn't about to wash my hands in this place, so I didn't need to dry them. I didn't... On the wall was an automatic hand dryer. Oh, boy! Dirty... Oh! I didn't...
Que coisa, cara, que coisa.
It was a handful of plastic. It was my plaster copy of the excavation key. Trouble was, it looked like plaster and it felt like plaster.
Como transformar essa chave numa chave real?
Hi again.
What is it?
Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Ligar pra Nico de novo.
Hello, Nico. It's me.
Hi, George. What's happening?
I'm at the... Don't worry. I've got a scheme.
Okay.
I want you to keep somebody on the phone for a while.
Who?
A painter. I need to get at his pot.
Ah, ela vai enganar o pintor, cara.
Stay on the line. I'll go and get him.
De boa, viu?
Hi, it's me again.
What?
Tem um telefone pra você, meu filho.
Are you certain?
It's a woman. She sounded hot.
What woman? She must be mistaken.
Well, she asked for that hunk of a man with the nicotine fingers and his ass hanging out of his pants.
Certainly sounds like me. Stand back. It wouldn't do to keep the lady from her hunk.
Aí o cara vai lá e eu uso o plásticozinho dele, ó. De boa. Resolvido.
Well, monsieur, what a strange woman. She was all over me and then suddenly...
Really?
Ouais, abuse. Ah well. And monsieur, if she...
O cara ficou puto.
Hi again.
What is it?
Precisa usar o banheiro mais uma vez, meu filho, que tá dando uma caganeira aqui, ó.
I need to use the toilet again.
Again? Already?
I have this problem. How technical do you want me
O cara
to
tá
get?
com dor de barriga, velho.
Never mind.
The door. Now, I'd substituted the fake key for the excavation key. It looked okay, but felt false. On the key...
Bem, agora eu substituí, né? Mas e aí, como é que eu vou fazer pra entrar lá? Se o guarda tá...
The thing felt really hot.
Se o guarda tá... só frescando, né?
Hi again.
What is...
I couldn't give it... The false key looked pretty convincing, but it felt exactly like what it was. Painted plaster. He was bound to detect it. After the amount of trouble I'd been through, I couldn't give him the false... He was...
Eu não posso dar pra ele que parece plástico mesmo. Oxi.
The door was...
Hey! Monsieur! Don't go!
Eu não posso sair com as chaves.
The thing felt really hot.
O cara saindo e entrando do banheiro. Taria.
Maybe not. I didn't want any... I didn't need... I was...
Vou ligar pra Nico de novo.
I figured I'd best not bother Nico again.
Não, não, não. Tá não.
The doorway led to an old... On the key ring was a big old key that looked... I couldn't imagine what... A thermostat was mounted over a... The radiator was pumping out heat as the thermostat was cranked right over to full. No wonder it was warm in here, even with the door open to the chill of fall.
Parece que isso aqui é um termostato. Ah, aqui é um aquecedor, cara. Aquele parado ali aquece tudo, né? Então eu seria... Acho que se eu desligar aquilo ali... Bem provável de eu... mexer com as coisas por aqui, né? Vamos tentar entrar lá. Eu não consigo mexer lá.
The door was...
Quebra isso aqui, cara. Pior que só tem um ponto aqui. Que estranho. Eu tenho que quebrar aqui, dar um jeito de quebrar isso aqui. Sei lá. O que fazer, né?
I didn't want any coal.
Carvão.
On the key, it was the key to the excavation. It was a metal.
Tem que pensar.
On the wall was. I wasn't. I didn't need.
Era pra entupir a privada aqui, velho. Tentando tudo aqui, porque, né? Vai que alguma coisa é útil. Mas não, não. Nada. Não faz sentido, velho.
The doorway led to an old utility. There was nothing interesting. The doorway was full of assorted old tea chests, cardboard boxes, and so on. All empty and all uninteresting.
Meu Deus, que mistério. Não dá pra trocar a chave de novo, mas não dá pra entregar a chave pra ele, então...
Hi again. What is it? I couldn't give him the false key looked pretty convincing, but it felt exactly like what it was. Painted plaster. He was bound to detect it.
Ó, pessoal nova, hein?
It sure is hot in here.
I have to have the door open to allow the workmen access, so why not? I turn the heat up.
You could wrap up warm.
I have my gloves if it gets cold, but why bother when it's warm anyway?
I couldn't get the false key. He was bound to detect it. Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Tem alguma coisa a ver com esse negócio de esquentar aqui, certeza. Opa, olha aí. Agora sim, depois que eu falei com ele. Nossa, que lenda, hein?
I turned the heating off.
Começa a não ficar frio, hein?
As I'd hoped, the guard put his gloves on.
Ah, ele botou as luvas e não vai sentir que a chave é de mentira, né? Toma aí, fi, a chave.
Hi again. What is it? I held my breath and hoped that he wouldn't notice the substitution. Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Toma.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Agora mandar a Nico chamar ele.
Hi, Nico. It's me again.
I'd guessed. What do you want this time?
What did you say to the painter?
I shan't repeat it, Josh.
Look, I need to get the guard out of the way. Could you call back and ask him to get the painter again?
Okay, I'll
O cara não tá nem escutando isso, tipo, pra ela ligar e pedir pro guarda sair daqui. Ela é espertinho, viu?
This looked like a good place to watch things develop.
Hey, you! It's the phone.
Yeah, who is it?
How should I know? What am I, your social secretary?
It's not a chick, is it?
Yes, it's a woman. Are you going to answer it?
Does she have a warm, sensual voice like molten chocolate?
Yes, she has a really sexy voice. Now get a move on.
I'm not talking to her.
I can see that. You're wasting time talking to me.
No, you don't understand.
You refuse. You refuse. I'm wasting valuable time.
Don't make me laugh. Your time valuable? You just stand around all day.
I have a highly responsible job. Don't me, you elephantine oaf. My job is important.
Impossible. They would have hired somebody competent in that case.
Meaning what?
Instead of which they hired a dismal rent-a-cop like you. All epaulettes and no brains.
Why, you?
This looked set to carry on for some time.
Agora os caras estão discutindo enquanto eu vou lá, né? Vamos embora. Deu certo, esse aqui foi até que foi de boa essa parte aqui. Olha a estátua do Baphomet, cara. Pesado, viu?
I couldn't see anything useful to do with the planks.
Umas caveiras aqui, tem um balde aqui. Vamos ver aqui, né?
There was no doubt about it. It was the same sort of idol I'd seen in Syria, Baphomet. The Templars had certainly been through here.
E agora?
Now there's a familiar face. Close up, the pattern didn't make any sort of sense. It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side.
Tem um padrão aqui, mas e aí? Deixa eu subir aqui pra ver aqui essas caveiras. Que eu não tinha olhado, né?
No, thanks.
Ah, o cálice, vou usar o cálice.
Now there's...
Opa! Vixe! Aí sim, viu?
And there it was, decoded by the curves of the chalice.
Que mentira da porra.
Image of a church.
A imagem da igreja. Doideira, viu? Descobri a parada aí.
I found out what the chalice was for.
You've solved the puzzle?
Yeah, there was a distorted picture at the Baphomet site. When I viewed it in the polished surface of the chalice, it changed.
What did it show?
A picture of a church with a square tower.
E agora? Vamos olhar de novo aqui o...
Let's take another look at the
manuscrito.
manuscript. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror.
O reflexo dela tem três caras estranhas, que é o Baphomet, né? Então essa mulher aqui é o Baphomet, ó. É um cara que já foi. Esse daqui também já foi. E a luz ilumina e faz o negócio. Aqui já foi, que eu já peguei também. O Baphomet, não sei se já foi também, que é o reflexo do né, que eu botei agora. E falta só esse cara aqui, ó.
Look there.
Look at the chalice now, Nico.
What happened?
The priest had...
That's it.
Yeah.
No. You found a use for a priest. That's incredible.
Do you want...
No.
This is the...
Isso aqui é a mesma coisa que eu sempre falo, mas vou falar de novo aqui só pra ver a putaria. Mas não é nada não, vamos embora.
I guess I'd better return the chalice to the countess.
Hurry back, George.
Devolver o cálice pra Condessa, né? Condessa. O cara vai de boa lá pra vila do Vasconcelos na Espanha pra devolver o cálice. Vou falar com o cara aqui primeiro, né? cara tá molhando.
Hi there, Lopez. How's tricks?
Senor Stobart, how pleasant to see you. You are well.
Fine, thanks.
She is waiting for you.
It's okay, I know.
Senor Stobart, I feel I owe you an apology.
No, you don't.
I was impolite on our first meeting.
Look, Lopez, just forget about it. I wouldn't have trusted me and you.
You do not understand.
Tem uma coisa errada, viu, véi?
Finding
É muito
the
fácil.
chalice has given my lady a new lease of life. It's a marvel. She smiles, she laughs. The tradesmen are saying that she is on Prozac.
So the Countess feels that the curse is lifted.
I would not put it so. Your discovery of the chalice was proof that the Templars never abandoned it. It counts for a great deal.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
Isso sim que é uma Eurotrip, viu? Ah, não, ela tá viva, pensei que ela tava morta. E aí, Condessa?
Senor Stobart, oh, what a pleasure. Please, sit down.
Hi, Countess. The pleasure's all mine. I've brought back your chalice.
Why? You've had it cleaned.
Yeah, I met an obliging priest with a soft cloth.
Have you resolved the Templar mystery?
No, not yet. I don't even know what it is I'm after.
There are many stories.
Será que ele vai falar pra ela que o templário dela tá na igreja lá?
Whatever. All I know is I don't want the bad guys to get it.
Ah, to be young and live in a world of moral absolutes.
I discovered something amazing with that chalice. In Paris, I found a church where they recognized the coat of arms. I found the tomb of Don Carlos de Vasconcelos.
You are sure? There can be no mistake?
The coat of arms on the chalice matches the one on the tomb.
Incredible. You have my most profound thanks. I must go there as
Agora ela vai lá na
soon as
igreja.
possible.
Yeah? Well, I'd be happy to show you the city. There's something else that I discovered carved on Don Carlos's tomb. Biblical references.
What are the
as referências
references,
bíblicas, né, que tinha lá.
Psalms 32:7, Corinthians.
I am not a good enough scholar to know the Bible chapter and verse. I meant, what are the quotations?
You know, I forgot to ask the priest.
É, mas eu não sei quais são as palavras que foram marcadas no texto, né, que eu vi.
I'll have a look.
My home.
Bem, acho que aqui eu já devo ir embora lá pra falar com o padre e perguntar que tipo de coisa era aquela. Mas ele é pra ter perguntado antes, né? Faria mais sentido.
It was just a little, unless you counted the window. It was a small mirror hanging.
Opa, peguei um espelhinho, ó.
The mirror from Lopez's utility room. Yep, I was.
Peguei um espelhinho pra quê, velho?
I wasn't.
Tem uns cachorros aqui. Será que eu devo voltar ali naquele mausoléu ali? Não dá nem pra ir, eu acho. Vai dar.
It was the Spanish
uma
Bible
Bíblia.
I borrowed from the mausoleum.
Vou pegar a Bíblia e eu vou descobrir as anotações.
Now what? Feeling like an idiot? It was a rod. I guessed it was for snuffing out the... Hanging from the ceiling was a huge young... It looked really old and had never...
Parece que isso aqui é pra acender a vela, esse pedaço de pau aqui.
George Stobart, grave robber. No, I...
Bem, deixa eu voltar lá pra Condessa, já que eu tô com a Bíblia aqui.
Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please.
Here's the Bible from the mausoleum.
Very well. Let us begin. The first reference.
Psalms 32:7.
Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. My hiding place.
Don't get your hopes up too high. This might just be leading us to where we found the chalice.
You are right, of course. The next.
Okay, John 4:11.
John 4:11. Here. The well is deep. The next. Quickly.
Okay.
Quando eles começam a ficar emocionado aí.
5.
Here it is. Will bring to light the hidden things. Any more?
Just one. Psalms again. 22:21.
Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. The last is confusing. Lions, unicorns, what does it mean?
I can't guess.
Salient points seem to be a hiding place and a deep well. In no sense is the mausoleum a well, Senor Stobart.
Is there a well in the grounds?
I do not know. I suppose that there must have been once upon a time. Lopez is the man to ask about anything pertaining to the estate.
Então, ela falou do negócio de um poço aí, que eu não entendi muito bem, mas ela mandou perguntar pro Lopes, né, o cara que trabalha aí, pra ver se ele sabe de algum poço, né. Vou perguntar aqui pra ele.
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Certainly, senor.
You must know just about everything that there is to know about this place.
See, I have lived my whole life here in the service of the De Vasconcelos.
Do you know of a well anywhere around here?
A well? Si, senor. This used to be a fortified villa. How can you last a siege without water?
Great. So where is it?
How should I know? The well was covered over in the last
parece que ele não sabe, mas sabe que tem.
Dangerous, you see.
And you have no idea where it was?
None. It was hidden even before my grandfather's time.
Vixe.
Well, you must have a vague idea of where the well is.
It must have been in the old house's courtyard, so that would put it around here.
Here? Okay. Now, how do we find it?
There might be a way. Let me think about it.
Any ideas yet?
Not a...
I borrowed your...
No, senor. If you think it...
Catch you.
Adios.
Tem aquele negócio do espelho, né? Tipo, é a mulher segurando o espelho vendo 3 caras. Mas onde é que ela tava mesmo? Que eu não lembro, hein? Sei que tem alguma coisa a ver aí. Eu tenho que procurar agora o poço, cara. Onde é que tá esse poço, pelo amor de Deus? Diz que pode estar por aqui, né? Na casa e tal, no terreno.
It was the driveway down to... I did... No, I wasn't going... I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me. Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please.
Does this tissue...
Where is this?
Nowhere help. I'll have a look at my...
Nada aqui com a mulher. O que mais que tem aqui? Aqui não tem nada.
It was just a little, unless you counted the window. The mirror from Lopez's the mirror.
Essa armadura aqui, será que não tem nada a ver, não?
I wasn't gonna put on the armor, and I couldn't see anything else.
Era pra dar pra passar pelos cachorros, né? Otário. Pensar aqui.
The main part of the house was Lopez, one man and his hose.
O Lopes não pensou em nada ainda sobre o poço. Vou ter que voltar lá na coisa, né?
Hi, Lopez.
Lá no mausoléu.
Any idea? No. Any ideas yet?
Not as yet.
Look at this. I'd like your...
Oh, it has some...
That's grease paint.
Oh, it stinks of solvent.
I don't think it... Catch you later, Lopez.
Adiós.
Valeu, Lopes. Agora vamos voltar lá pro mausoléu. Voltei aqui pro mausoléu. Talvez alguma coisa dentro do mausoléu. Something inside. Se desse uma acender essa vela, né? Seria legal.
Now what? Feeling...
Será que o poço não tá aqui não, velho? No mausoléu?
Now that the lectern was bare. It was too dark.
Olha, deu certo, ó. Sabia botar um paninho, cara, pra queimar, ó. Ah, não, toma. GG, viu? Agora acende a vela, fi. Caraca, sou um gênio. Ainda peguei o paninho de volta.
The tissue was pretty charred, but the grease paint had done most of the burning.
Olha só, ficou toda amarela agora. Ué, não acendeu não a vela. Como assim?
It looked really...
Estranho. Tem que ter acendido, ó. Vou tentar de novo aqui. Será que tem que botar um tipo de óleo, alguma coisa assim? Ah não, velho, é o vento que tá apagando, ó. Tem que fechar essa janela aqui. Agora vai. E agora? O velhinho acendeu, o velhinho derreteu. A última peça, brother. Ah não. Demais aí, viu? Tava dentro da vela. Que isso?
The candle had burnt brilliantly, but only for a couple of minutes. Some kind of special formulation, I guess. And had yielded up this.
A complex shape expertly cut in stone. I figured it was
Ah,
some
não,
kind
pensei que era a
of
peça do
key.
xadrez. Aqui tem um xadrez que, né?
It was a smooth, intricately carved piece of stone that had been concealed inside the...
Massa. E agora? Agora eu vou falar com a Condessa, né? Vou mostrar pra ela. Pensava que era aquela última peça de xadrez que ela falou que tem uma peça de xadrez que foi perdida.
Hello again.
Please.
What do you make of this?
It looks like some sort of key.
It was buried inside the great candle in the mausoleum.
Inside it. What have you done to it?
I, lit it.
But it is irreplaceable.
Listen, the candle was to be lit in case of Moorish attack, right? Well, it burnt down in no time and revealed this key thing. Maybe that was the real purpose of lighting the candle.
What are you suggesting?
That lighting the candle was the equivalent of break glass in case of emergency.
A sentiment must not stand in the way of solving this mystery. You did the right thing.
What does this...
You have...
I'll have a look around.
Peguei essa chavinha, e aí?
It was a smooth, intricately carved piece of stone that had been concealed inside the great candle.
Uma pedrinha, cara, que estranho. Essa pedrinha não, essa chave, coisa estranha aí. Essa pequena peça esculpida. Vou perguntar pro nosso amigo Lopes aqui. Mira Lopes.
Hi, Lopez. Do you know what...
No, senor.
Yeah.
Where did you get...
It was hidden in...
And you burnt it? I wondered what the... My lady will be furious.
Ah. This tissue is...
You won't get any out.
Any ideas yet?
We are looking for a source of water.
Ah, agora a ideiazinha do poço, hein?
Yes.
For generations, the Spanish country folk have had a secret way of locating water, even if it is meters beneath the ground.
Ah, you're not talking about water dousing, are you?
Eh?
You know, you get a stick and walk around until the stick twitches and dig there.
Oh, you've heard of it.
Yeah, I think most of the...
Vou usar aquele pauzinho pra poder procurar água.
Okay, let's get a
Se for.
stick.
Uno momento. It must be a special stick. A Y of hazel.
Right. Do you have any hazel trees?
See, here. That is hazel.
Aonde? Cadê? Aqui, ó. Essa daqui. Tem que ser uma árvore que tem um negocinho assim Y pra poder procurar. Isso é sempre vi esse desenho, mas eu nunca entendi como é que funciona. Será que de verdade?
I went over to find a suitable stick. I don't believe it. There wasn't a single usable Y-shaped branch on the whole damn thing.
Não tem nenhum aqui, como assim?
There wasn't a single...
E agora? Quebrar aqui um e fazer, né? Não mais fácil.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly, senor.
Catch you...
Não tem nenhum aqui. E agora?
So that was what a hazel tree looks like. There wasn't a single...
Será que tem que pegar isso aqui mesmo, velho? E não, hein?
Maybe...
Estranho. Talvez tenha outra árvore, né?
The lectern was bare. Now, feeling like an idiot. The candle had... Down below the estate, I could... It was a beautiful sight. The main...
Tem nada, nem um pauzinho aqui em forma de Y, vamos pegar.
Hello again. Mind if...
Please.
I've...
My...
It was just a little... Unless you... The mirror...
Caramba, cara, é difícil.
I wasn't I didn't like the...
Opa, achei mais um aqui.
I went over to find a...
Agora sim.
It was a thick...
Agora vamos procurar água, né? Parece que essa árvore aqui não tem nada a ver com essa, velho. Por isso que eu fiquei assim, né?
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Certainly, sir.
Well, I got my divining rod. Now what?
Simplicity itself, senor. Hold the wand at the upper ends of the Y. Apply a little tension with your wrists so that the slightest movement of the wand's tip is clear, and walk slowly and steadily over the area.
Sounds easy enough. We'll find this well in no time.
Tem que segurar o bicho e qualquer movimento vai fazer ele descer assim. Movimento simples, né? Mas como assim? O que tem a ver? Será que atrai água? Sei lá. Talvez onde ele esteja aguando, né? Bem no meio. O cara pegando o solzinho aí, ó.
Senior Stobart, you've found something.
This is it. This is where we find the secret of the Templars, hidden here for hundreds of years, lost from the sight of man until now. The mystery is revealed.
It's a tin can.
I've been walking up and down with a twig in my hands, looking for a tin can.
Acho uma
It
latinha.
had water in it. That's what the dowsing stick must have detected.
I'd have to check with an archaeologist, but I don't think the Templars left that.
In truth, Senor Stobart, the loan was laid many, many years ago. This can could date back to the
Vixe,
Napoleonic
é uma latinha
War.
mesmo, velho.
Get rid of
Antiga.
it and I'll try it
Como
again.
assim? Só se for.
Lopez threw the can away. It seemed to fall an awfully long way.
Opa!
The splash at the end
Ele
confirmed.
rebolou uma latinha, escutou o barulho aí?
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
It has been here all the time. All those years and nobody found it.
Stood in awe for a moment.
marveling at the secrets all around us.
I could have fallen down that.
Vamos ver o poço aí. Nossa, desci no poço. Eita, porra, massa, ó. Caraca. Que poço é
The
esse?
well had been lost for decades at least. The air was cool after the noon sun, but that's not what gave me goosebumps. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. Sometime in antiquity, there'd be a big one. It was a long, the brilliant midday.
É a caveira zona, a cara de um leão aqui, velho. Como assim?
From a distance, the lion's head had been impressive. Close up, it was frightening. Hey, one of the fangs is a separate piece.
Opa. Um dos dentes é separado. E aí, Meliodas? 10:36, beleza? Bom dia, seja bem-vindo aí. Tô aqui desvendando os mistérios dos Templários.
I could hear the sound of a lot of stone moving, and I knew I was in danger.
Ixi, toma. O evento do vulcão da temporada 9? Eu vi um pouco, cara. Eu joguei um pouquinho. Achei top, viu? Aquela bola lá, achei massa.
Are you alright?
It's okay, Lopez, I'm fine.
Que susto me has dado! You gave me a
Matei o Lopes de susto
Nice
aqui.
try, Templars.
Agora vamos entrar aqui pra ver o que é que tem.
I wish that I had Leary's flashlight now. It was too dark to see, and it just felt like I'd almost been killed for the sake of a red herring.
Ele está muito escuro aqui. Vamos ao espelho, né, então. Falta o espelho pra iluminar. Clássico. Truque do espelho aqui. Será que dá certo?
I realized I could use the mirror to reflect the light from above.
Amarra aí na corda. Vixe, doideira.
There, in the middle of the door, I could see some kind of socket. It looked like this wasn't quite the dead end it seemed.
E aí é só colocar aqui a pecinha, né? Ele disse que tem um buraquinho lá.
I slid the stone key into the lock. There were buttons that turned the dials.
Vixe! Caraca, e agora? Como é que eu vou saber isso aqui?
I must have made a mistake. The lock spun back to neutral and nearly took my fingers off. I was gonna have to start from scratch again.
Caraca, e agora? Deixa eu ver aqui uma coisa. Ele falou de um século aí. 13? É o século que ele viu lá na parte de cima do mausoléu, né? Ele anotou bem aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui. Acho que era 13, 14, um negócio assim. Mas cadê? Não tá aqui não. Tá aqui, ó, 13, 14, exatamente. Vamos ver.
Now I knew what and there I slid the There were buttons that turned the dials.
13, 14, velho? Como assim? Então vamos dizer século 13. E tem século 13 aqui? Tem não. O que diabo é L? L é 50, né? 60, 70, 80, 90. Então, é algum número aqui, velho. Que é isso, pelo amor de Deus? É tipo, aqui são numerais menores e um maior. Então é um número, tipo... Tipo, sei lá.
Damn. Oh no. Wrong again, Stobart.
Que número é esse, cara?
Another wrong combination.
Perguntar pra Condessa aqui. Vai que ela sabe, né?
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
No. Damn.
See?
Catch you later.
Adios.
Perguntar pra Condessa se ela sabe alguma coisa.
Hello again.
Please.
Ah,
I'll
nada.
have a look at
My...
Nada. Tem que pensar, onde foi que eu vi uns números, cara? Era pra estar anotado aqui uns números, né? Sei lá. Vou tentar 13 e 14 pra ver. Vai que... sei lá. 14, 13, sei lá.
I slid the... There were buttons that turned the dials. Damn. I heard the sounds of the lock moving.
Oi.
Either that or the wall was going to come down on my head.
Hey.
Now I knew what I was looking for. It only took a few moments to find it.
14, cara.
And there it was. A worked socket.
Ué, não funcionou não?
I slid the... There were buttons that turned the dials.
Ah, é uma sequência. Aqui, ó, 14, quase com 14, velho. Nossa, que sorte. 14, aí... Isso aqui é o quê? 27. Quatorze, 27. Ah, 6. Ah, 81. Oitenta e um, 3. E 1. Aí. 17. Caraca, que compliqueira, viu? Dezessete. Doze. É 12? É. Doze e o último, finalmente. 12 e 15. Não, 25. Vou até confirmar aqui. 25. Morreu? Morreu, cara, não é possível.
Oh, yes!
Oh,
Bonus
yes.
points for that, I hope. I knew the old Stobart fingerwork wouldn't let me down.
Yes! E agora? Vou entrar, né? O que é que tem aí dentro, velho? Olha só, velho. Caraca.
Before I left, though, there was one last thing to do. You won't be needing that replacement piece anymore, Countess.
Ah, é a peça de xadrez, sabia?
I found it with the children. You'll probably want to be alone for a while.
Ah, tava com as crianças, velho. Caraca. Aquelas caveirinhas lá que a gente encontrou. Caraca. A peça de xadrez. Pesado, hein?
George, welcome back.
Bicho, é o cara aí, ó.
Come in, Josh. It's good to see you again.
Is it?
Até o doidão tá aí.
Sure. What did you find in Spain?
Without Andre, we wouldn't have got this far, George.
Yeah, I know. The clues led to an underground chamber at the bottom of a well. The Templars had left a tapestry showing a chessboard. The white pieces were vastly outnumbered. There was a stream running across the board, and a Templar knight on a horse.
Does it mean anything to you, Andre?
No, nothing.
Maybe we should tell Andre what else you found, Josh.
There's a map and a Latin inscription to the west at the edge of the world.
George found that in a cave in Syria.
Yeah, where the assassin almost killed me.
Then we've got the burning of Jacques de Molay and the date, 1314.
From the window of the church in Montfaucon Square, one of the few places where nobody tried to kill me.
Then we have the image of a church that George found at the excavation. I don't recall anyone trying to kill you there either, George.
And finally we have the tapestry in Spain. Did I mention I almost got killed there?
Not yet, but I'm sure you're about to.
It was only my cat-like reflexes that saved me from certain death.
Cat-like reflexes, eh?
And while I was risking life and limb, where were you, Andre? Getting your glasses fogged up over an Etruscan vase?
That's enough, boys. Can we get back to saving the world?
Of course.
Daria.
My apologies.
He started it.
Well, the Latin phrase are the words of Julius Caesar. He was describing the island of Britain.
Are you sure? The map didn't look much like Britain.
How come Caesar described Britain as being at the edge of the world?
To the Romans, the Mediterranean was the center of the universe. Britain was a remote, unfriendly place, inhabited by blue-painted savages.
It hasn't changed much.
They've stopped painting themselves blue.
Except when they go to a football match.
They used an extract from a plant called woad, Isetis tinctoria. The Scots were using it until fairly recently in their wars with the English.
Fairly recently? I don't recall the Scots being at war with the English. How recently are you talking about?
I believe William Wallace's men used it in the 13th century. They might well have been using it as late as...
You can't remember, can you?
1314.
Ah, we're back onto that, are we?
Andre, what is it? What do you mean?
1314 in Scotland.
1314, ele tá falando de novo, ó.
That would explain the stream on the chessboard. That's what a burn is. Right, Andre? As in Bannock burn?
Right, George. And it gets better. Tradition has it that the Scots were helped by a shock force of, well, can't you guess?
Not Templar?
Yes, a group of outlawed Templars. They are said to have turned the tide for the Scots.
And it all ends at a church in the Isle of Britain at Bannockburn in a church.
What are we waiting for? I'll call a cab.
I can't go.
Andre, you've been loads of help, but...
What George is trying to say is that you shouldn't feel guilty.
I was?
We understand you've got commitments. Oh, listen, we have to hurry. Let's go, George.
We'll see it through.
E agora vamos lá pra igreja, descobrimos aí onde é. A Britânica. Lá no Reino Unido, né, cara? Ele falou ao oeste no fim do mundo, a frase que ele encontrou. E parece que esse oeste aí, na verdade, é porque eles achavam que o fim do mundo era na Britânia, né? Na Britânia, na Reino Unido. E agora a gente tá indo pra igreja lá, porque talvez seja lá que vai resolver o mistério aqui, né? Agora a mulher está. Essa mulher aqui tá suspeita, parece. Será que não é um assassino?
Pardon me.
Certeza, tá aqui, ó. É ele, velho. LOL.
She must be dead.
Yes.
Dá pra ver a cicatriz aqui um pouquinho.
Do you know what time we're due in Stirling?
6:15, but we're running 8 minutes late.
LOL, é a mulher.
Does the name Merlin mean anything to you?
Merlin, a master of illusion. Oh, you said Merlin?
Would you believe that this clown's nose led us to being on the...
I would indeed.
No, honestly.
Certainly.
Yep. That's a nose with a hip.
So you...
Do you know what this is?
Yes, I do. A young friend of mine shook my hand with one just the other day.
Yeah? Well, that's outrageous. He should be shot.
Perhaps. Still, his intentions were good.
I'm sorry that you've been zapped by one of these things.
You shouldn't be.
Caraca, o que eu faço aqui pra saber aqui, né?
What's the book you're reading?
Oh, it's something I picked up at the station. A medieval detective story. Quite well written for that kind of thing. It's been out of print.
Do you know Stirling well?
Yes. Is that where you two lovebirds abound?
Yeah, we...
It's one of the places we thought we'd see on our holiday. Oh, I'm sure it's a neat place.
No. Is there a church called St. Ninian's at Stirling?
Yes, there is. And I know why you're going there.
You do?
Of course I do. It's obvious you're in love. You're eloping, and they say romance is dead.
What's the title of the book?
The Crooked Crusader Caper by Molly Pegram. I assumed the author was a woman, but apparently his real name is...
Professor Nigel Pegram.
That's right. Do you know him?
No, I never met him.
George is a great fan of his, though.
LOL. E agora?
Where are you going, George?
Do I need to spell...
Don't snap at me. If you're going to take a leak, why don't you say so?
Okay, I'm going to take a leak. L-E-A-K.
Tickets, please.
Oh, hi.
That's a standard full-price peak return. Don't you have a senior citizen's rail card?
I rarely travel by train. My ticket is perfectly valid, is it not?
Well, yeah, but you could have saved up to a third of the cost.
I do not need to indulge in puffling thriftiness.
Blimey, you're a funny old bird and no mistake. Tickets, please, sir.
Here.
Off to Stirling, eh?
Yes, we are.
Well, I hope you won't be disappointed. It's a miserable place this time of year. Still, there's plenty of pubs and a lovely view from the castle.
Thank you.
I don't want to worry you, but there was something familiar about that guy.
Are you sure?
O cara não percebeu ainda que é o assassino, velho.
Maybe. But I didn't like the look in his eyes when he spoke to you.
Como assim, velho? E agora? Eu tô sem nada aqui, ó.
Pardon me.
Yes, dear.
Pardon me.
Yes, dear.
Can't you sit still, George?
I need to go to the...
While you're there, check and think.
Okay. Hi. Having a party?
No. Come on, join us, man.
Esse cara aqui é Ceará.
With company.
His breath
Should sleep and wait.
We passed through Newcastle.
And I never noticed.
What is? It smells like...
Right, I'll put hairs in your chest, like.
And your eyeballs, too, by the looks of you. Would you like a...
No, fuck.
Have you ever seen...
Aye, man. He's chalky white and I claim my 10 quid, like.
No.
Well, aye, man, but...
Do you know what this is?
No, man.
It's a...
You won't.
If I'd wanted to...
Well...
See...
Só o cara perder tempo. Deixa eu ver esse cara aqui dormindo.
To be frank, without a cold water hose...
Didn't open that window, pal.
Why not?
It's freezing.
The windows seem to have been sprayed with...
É isso aqui, cara, que tem nesse vagão. Nada. Próximo vagão.
Oh,
Ixi.
That gangster creep
Gangster.
Guido. Well, he didn't scare me. Hey, Buster. This is a no-smoking car. Okay, maybe he did scare me. It got worse. I suddenly realized who the conductor had reminded me of. Eklund, Marquet's murderer.
Ah, parece que o cara, o condutor lá dos tickets era um dos Templars lá, cara. E agora?
The door was...
Tá todo mundo aqui, velho. Faria, viu?
I really didn't want to shoot the breeze with this guy.
Dá um save aqui, né? %91% já, tô quase lá. Ixi, cadê a negada?
I should have known better than to leave Nico and the old lady alone. Suddenly, the sort of befuddlement took second place to finding the girl I loved.
Caraca, a mulher sumiu, velho.
Hey, bud. Did you see what happened?
No, Paul, I didn't have...
She's disappeared.
Oh, yeah, man, I know.
Yeah.
Maybe they went to the toilet?
I don't think so.
They never go on their own.
No, I've got to go look.
What's stopping you?
The conductor. He's not what he seems.
You want to...
That's about it, yeah?
Nope.
Listen, I need your help.
What's the matter?
There's a guy on this
Pedi pra ele, cara, pra ele derrubar o doidão lá, ó.
Relax, man. You wouldn't try nothing with us in Basher here. We are veterans like. So action at Brightlingsea.
I don't recall the British Army being involved in a conflict in anywhere called Brightling.
Well, you just take it from me, pal. You're in...
See you later. I didn't want to wait, to be frank, without a...
Do it, pal.
I don't intend to jump. I'm going to climb on top.
You're kidding.
Just watch me.
Vou subir no trem, ó, passar. Faria.
Hold on there, pal. I'll give you a hand, like.
Caraca, velho. Faria. Agora sim, hein? Ixi! Rola uma treta aí, velho. Toma!
I always wanted to stop the train, and now.
O cara atirou no assassino. Esse cara aqui é dos Templars. Esse aqui é o assassino.
You saved our lives, but why?
We were always on the same side, Stobart. Different.
The Knights Templar?
Don't call them that. The real Templars were a noble foe. These barbarians.
O cara salvou nossas vidas, né? Porque ele tá contra os Templars, né?
These men are no better than dogs.
What are the Neo-Templars after? What is the Sword of Baphomet?
Not what you think, my friend. It is a weapon, yes, but one which our enemies will find difficult to wield. A double-edged sword. A power older than Timolay, older than Solomon.
Parece que é uma relíquia, né, cara? Essa espada de Baphomet. Diz que é mais antiga do que Salomão.
My journey ends soon at the Garden of Paradise.
You're talking in riddles. Can't you tell me straight what they're after?
The sword symbolizes a colossal energy caused by the alignment of the Earth's natural power fields,
which are focused at St. Ninians.
The energy endowed the Templars with the power which made them great, a power which made them charismatic to such an extent they could control the will of all around them.
How did you escape from the bull's head?
It is a long walk from the cliff of the bull. Fortunately, I know the way.
Maybe not.
May Allah to our enemies.
Thanks.
One last thing.
What? What is it? He's dead.
Morreu o cara, ó. Foda. Salvar aqui a moça, né, cara?
Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten about you.
Answer me this instant, George Stobart.
I will, when I'm ready.
That's not fair, George.
No.
You took advantage while my hands were tied.
When Eklund pointed that gun at me, I thought I was gonna die. I thought of all the things I'd never get to do. Kissing you was at the top of my list.
George.
Uh-huh.
George, we've got to get off the train. Eklund could recover at any time.
So what are we waiting for?
Ela aproveitou que ela tava com as mãos amarradas, deu logo um beijo, né? Vamos embora.
What are you doing?
I'm out of here.
Not that door. Do you want to end up like Flash?
Not especially. What remains of him is well on his way back to... I hope he was traveling...
E por onde é? Por aqui? Ah, tá. Caraca, que viagem, ó.
I'd feel happier if we had a gun or something.
Khan gave me something.
What?
His handbag.
Oh, great. If we run into any killers, we can give them a good buffeting. Didn't he have any weapons?
You don't know the half of it. This bag's full of C4.
Ele me deu um monte de C4.
Wow. Why didn't you say so? Boy, we'll show him now. What's C4?
Plastic, George.
We're going to shop our way to victory?
2 kilos of plastic explosive. The detonator's broken now.
No problem. We'll buy a box of matches somewhere.
It doesn't work that way. It takes a small explosion to start the big explosion.
Well, that's not much use then. What does that sign say?
Apparently during the English Civil War in the mid-17th century, this place was used as an arms dump.
Yeah? What happened?
Look at the state of this place, George. You work it out.
Oh, stray spark?
You got it. The tower was the only thing to survive the blast.
I hope the explosion didn't destroy the Sword of Baphomet.
Do you? I rather hope it did.
E agora... Ah, esse daqui é o local, velho. Ele foi destruído durante a guerra. Sobrou essa parte aqui. Beleza, né? Vamos chegar aqui. Caraca, olha só essa estátua.
I scrabbled around in the rubble and found an old clay pipe with a...
Achei aqui
The pipe could have been
cachimbo
anything
antigo.
from 50 to several hundred years. The handle turned easily and the larger wheel began to revolve. Damn! Then the handle came off in my hand.
Quebrei a alavanca. Tem um capirotão aqui.
With the clay pipe in his mouth, he looked happy, homely, like some...
What do you think you're doing, Josh?
I wondered if there was a secret mechanism in the demon's mouth.
Maybe you should show a little more respect.
For a mythical medieval demon? Give me a break.
Okay, go right ahead. Meddle with forces you don't understand. Incur the demon's wrath and burn in hell. Just see if I care.
I pushed the handle into the demon's mouth. It was no good. It was no good. The demon wasn't inhaling. The clay pipe wasn't meant to fit in that.
Tá, botei a alavanca aqui.
I tried pushing the... Now that the handle was...
Peguei agora um negocinho aqui, né? Estranho.
The cog slipped neatly into the eye socket.
Beleza, deu certo aqui, mas aí tem que ter outro, né?
It was no good.
Eu acho. Talvez aqui na pilha.
Under one of the...
Que é isso?
It was an old coin.
Uma moeda antiga.
It was with mount. It was.
Caraca, o tanto de coisa que tem aqui.
I didn't find.
Acabou. Eu achei também
plastic pen top.
Uma tampa de caneta.
With a rasp of metal on the cogs.
Toma.
As soon as I saw the flickering torches, I realized the bogus Templars had beaten us to the sword. But where were they now? And why was it so...
Será que os Templars já entraram, velho? Tem nada aqui, né? Vamos embora. Vou botar um negócio aqui. Ah, não.
We might not be too late.
Vamos lá, vamos lá. Os Templars devem estar aí, velho. Ixi, acho que eu vou ver eles, ó.
Listen, I can definitely hear chanting.
You're right. I hear it too. What do you suppose they're doing?
It wouldn't surprise me if they were holding some kind of satanic sex ritual.
So, what are we waiting for?
Como assim?
Will you look
Vixe.
at that? Baphomet.
Caraca.
was right. This place was ancient even to the Templars.
This whole place? This is Baphomet?
Finally, the truth. The Templars had never worshipped this graven image, no more than they'd worship a rainbow. But, like a rainbow, they regarded it as a symbol of a covenant with God, who'd revealed this place to them.
Rosso! Why, the double-dealing treacherous?
On the contrary, Inspector Rosso has been the model of obedience. An important quality in a true Templar. Now be quiet and watch, if you wish to live much longer.
Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here to witness the reforging of the sword that was broken. Here before God's sentinel, Baphomet, Grand Master and Knight of Baphomet, we salute and pledge our obedience
To you! I salute you, gatekeeper of the temple. 7 centuries ago, our greatest weapon, the sword of Baphomet, was lost to us. Now we prepare to reforge it, to wield against new enemies. We shall lead the people to a new order, wherein all borders will dissolve. All will be united under the red cross of the Templars.
Ixi. É agora que vão reforjar a espada de Baphomet. Toma, vai morrer. O que vai acontecer, velho? What the hell?
George, we have watched your efforts to stop us with respect. But surely you realize that you have been misled by our enemies. Both of us want a better world. Fortunately, no harm has been done. We need determined, resourceful men like you. Join us, George. Join us in true.
Tá pedindo pra me juntar a ele, só que tu é doido,
Yeah. True. Wait. Brothers? What about Marquet? What about Pegram and Klausner? You didn't look on them as brothers, only as failures. 3 men dead, and you don't give a damn.
George, you know that sacrifices are necessary. Every great undertaking.
Join you. I'll see you in hell first.
Oh, George, I had great hopes for you. C'est la guerre. Eklund, kill him.
Toma. Tio velho é doideira, viu? Toma, alguém atirou no velho. Quem foi? Caraca.
I swear, I just wanted things to be right.
What the fuck, mano?
Take them. Kill them. They will not escape.
Well,
Opa.
if it isn't the great detective and his beautiful assistant, it's going to be a pleasure killing the pair of you.
George, what are we going to do?
E agora, o que nós vamos fazer pra escapar?
Come on, Nico. We're leaving.
You fools! You cannot escape us. Guido! Stop them.
But master, the powder!
That powder is from the English Civil War. You fool. It's over 300 years old. How explosive do you think it can be?
I thought it was all over, but Nico had one last trick up her sleeve. Or in her handbag, to be exact. A handbag full of plastic explosives.
Maybe, but this stuff is brand new.
Toma. Já era. Agora eles ficaram juntos, né? Ah, e a espada de Baphomet? Não entendi. Era só aquilo? Isso aqui ia ser uma coisa mais louca, velho.
We didn't stay long in Scotland. George had a vacation to finish, and I had another story to write. Not the real story, of course, but enough half-truths to fill a page and pay my rent for the month. George and I hung out together in Paris. I showed him my favorite restaurants, and he told me his best jokes.
You know, Nico, this city holds so many memories for me now. The cafes, the music.
The sewers.
Tell me about it. The clowns.
The jugglers.
And your pal Labano.
Oh, yes, dear Andre.
When we first met, and I was doing my detective stuff, you kind of disappeared a lot, Nico. Were you and Labano,
There was something happening, but nothing to do with Andre.
Uh-huh.
It was something from the past that I had to deal with, on my own. So, I dealt with it, and now it's over.
Hey, did I ever tell you the one about the old Irish couple in the lottery?
No, but I think you're going to.
Okay, there's this old Irish couple. They've been married forever, like 50 years, and they win the lottery.
E é isso aí. Mais um game finalizado aqui no canal. Show de bola, cara. Broken Sword, a sombra dos Templars. Muito obrigado aí a todo mundo que esteve junto aí na gameplay do Broken Sword. E é isso aí, vamos pro próximo game, né? Obrigado a todo mundo que tava por aí assistindo o vídeo também no YouTube. Quem gostar, dá um like aí no vídeo e vamos pro próximo game, né?